Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily offend. It is advised that you must be a little bit weird yourself to enjoy this channel, as those that thrive and enjoy the stream are weird in their own little ways. The chat is called El Chatty and is a wonderful community. It really is. However, again, it might not be for everyone. We want to hear everyone's opinion, no matter what it is. We encourage debate as long as it's done respectfully. If you're easily offended or don't like differing views, then again, this channel is not for you. By entering this stream you do so at your own risk. If you want to try it out, that's absolutely fine, but if you don't like it, no need to announce your departure, you can just leave quietly, as this isn't an airport.
Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. Dane and Dennis, they used to wear these title thongs. They didn't like them, so they're gone. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind you'd like to meet. Dane and Dennis, these two who look at them, they're definitely growers, not showers. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet, and I can't wait to go to meet these two speedos pro. See you in Boston, boys. Memberships again. Thank you so much for that. Hey, also, hey, hang on.
Oh my God! Oh Jesus Christ! Oh my God! What the hell happened? I'll never get this back up. Oh.
No, are you okay? Are you okay?
Hold on, Jesus. All right, listen. You got me on the mic?
Yes.
All right. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be back. I don't know what the hell I did.
It's all right.
I'm like Turtle Boy. He had an accident too.
Yeah, we all
give me 2 seconds. I'll be back.
No worries. Ole, 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 Erin hack, 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 ole, Erin hack, 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 ole, let's go, Erin hack, 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 ole, Erin hack, 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 ole. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Hello, 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 beautiful people. How are we, my little angels? How are we? I hope you're all well. I hope you're all well. Right, Robin G. There she is. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Kelly, how are you, my darling? Happy hump day to you, my darling. Christine Fortunato, how are we, Christine? Hope you're well, my darling. Les, good morning to you, my darling. Sue, good morning to you. Toots, good morning to you. Tootsie Woodsy, Susie, Leslie, Di. I always think of that. Tootsie Woodsy, hippie chick. No, that doesn't go with it. Lady Di, good morning to you, my darling. Gary, good morning, fella. Hope you're well, my friend. Hippie chick, there you go. How are you? Sherry Berry. I was thinking of the cooking show. Sherry Berry, Mary Berry, Sherry Berry. How are you, my darling? And, you know, obviously, a special guest here. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies, boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies, boobies. How are we, Amy? Hope you're well. We all love Dennis. We all love Dennis. And we want to welcome back. We want to welcome back as well our very own Lou. How are you, my darling? I hope you're well, Lou. Hang on, where's she gone in this thing? Oops, no, it's not the right one. Hello to you. Missed you as well, Luby. We Luby Lou because she likes lube, and that's the reason, obviously. Here she is. Looby Loo, where are you? Lou is pounding Terry. Looby Loo, where are you? Lou is pounding Terry. There you go, Looby Loo. Always pounding Terry. She ran out of lube, so she couldn't pound him for a while. Hello, lovely picture of you, Luby. How you doing, Lou? Nice to see you back, my darling. I know you've had a tough time with me recently, so hopefully you can turn that frown upside down. Hopefully, back on the stream. Nice to see you, my darling. Brenda, lovely to see you as always. Brenda Henderson's in the house. Here he is. Dana Leonard's in the house. I have not watched the full show yet with the Glera, but if you haven't, go to A Resistant to Silence and watch that with a Glera last night. An incredible show, as always, by the three amigos there. So, yeah, I've not watched it all, so I can't lie. But I look forward to watching it today or tomorrow, hopefully. There you go. There you go. Gary's in the house. Here he is. Karen's in the house. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well, as always. You feeling drained? No, not good. Maybe get some blood tests going, Gary, to see. Hello, Viv. Nice to see you, my darling. Not seen you for a while. Nice to see you, as always. The lady herself is in the house. The one that loves the cross-dressing bits. Lisa Reed, here she is. She's the one that always gets me my potty mouth going. Hey, Lisa, how are you, my darling? Keith, how are you? Keith. I always, when I see Keith, I always want to go with a Keith. How's Jen? Send a love to Jen as well, Keith. Lovely to have you as always, Keith. There you go. Good morning. What have I missed? Any tea? Well, hopefully, this is the last day of the trial, the closing argument. So you missed a lot. This is an excellent trial. I will say this. This is an excellent trial. I'm not sure which way he's going to go, but it's an excellent trial. Hang on. Here he is. Look at him. Right, hang on. The bottom left-hand corner. Dennis Sweeney, the King of Canton. We got number one celebrity, Dennis Sweeney, on the left-hand side. We got Dana Leonard, number two celebrity, on the right-hand side. And then you got me. Unfortunately, people, you got me in the background there. I think caught up. So there you go. So that's good. Love this. It is a good one, though. So hopefully, Dennis, you like this. Dennis, he told me he took his pants off. He meant he was pissing himself. Not, I'm missing my pants. He told me. I was like, it's fucking. I can't tell that to the whole stream, even though I did. So yeah. The clocks going back is a bit different. I forgot the clocks went back. I did. I normally watch Resisted Silence on repeat. I could have watched it live last night, but I forgot the clocks had gone back. Bollocks. Because normally, for example, Resisted Silence is on at 11:30 my time, which is getting on a bit. But now the clock's gone back. It's on at 10:30 my time until it changes again. So bollocks. Oopsie. It's all the pounding you do. I felt drained yesterday. I know Terry felt drained as well. I couldn't keep my eyes open. Well, that's fine. I hate the stupid hour change, especially when you don't sleep well anyway. I don't sleep well. Lay off Terry for a bit, maybe. Lay off pounding him for a little bit. Or get different types of lube. I'm not sure. But I'm joking, my darling. Hope you feel better. Or are feeling better, my darling. Such a beautiful pumpkin patch. Good morning to you as well. There you go, Lisa Reed. Very polite of her. Right, so there you go. Thank you, Dana, for the background again, the change background. So this is the number 2 background. Because the other one, let me just get the other one up. So, I mean, it's just too. Well, I was gonna say just too big, but you women, I know what you would interpret that to mean. If I say, look, that's too big, you're like, never too big. Never too big. So I went for the average size. Average size there. Instead. Weather changes doesn't happen, doesn't. Gary, a bit manic here. My middle grandson has come to visit. Oh, that's nice. So many non-PG things. Well, ones that ever stopped you. No, but I got to behave. I've got a 90-day warning, so I got to behave until mid-January, I think. Then we'll let loose again. This one is mint. Yeah, well, I think it's mint. I think it's all mint. I think Dana's done a good job. Thank you, Dana Leonard. Good morning to you, Deb. How are you, my darling? Good morning, Deb, to Al Chatty. Hope your husband's looking forward to retiring on Friday, Deb. I mean, the word retirement. I bet he's like, dreaming about going fishing, going hunting, going to do this and that. He's like, I can't wait. And then literally on the Monday, 6 a.m., he's like, I'll have a lie in. Here comes Deb. Here's all your chores just for today. Dennis. Okay, what did you get a warning about? I got copyright because they kicked my whole stream down. And normally that happens, you don't get a warning, but I had to go on a tutorial course, which, to be fair, I've never done that before. I knew it was super easy. I did it on screen. It was super easy. But yeah, I've still got 90 days to behave. Otherwise, I get a permanent strike. And then one more strike, and you're gone, son. So I'm trying to behave for 90 days. And then we'll let loose again. I got 2 strikes then to go. Dennis, you're on Resistance. Gonna be some laughs. Yeah, well, I'm on next Tuesday. I am. Next Tuesday, I am on Resistant to Silence with, unfortunately, Dana's going to be there, but with a lovely Tracy next to him. I'm teasing Dana. I love Dana. So yeah, it's going to be great laughs, as always. He's ready. I bet he's ready. Hold on to the handlebars. Deb is on. Deb's riding. She's holding on to the handlebars. Least that's nice for you, Viv. Hi, Les. Good morning, Rhode Island. Dana, you got a great show last night. Yeah, the glare is always great, though, isn't he? Good morning, Gary. Thanks, Dennis. What did you have a strike for? Playing copyrighted material. I shouldn't have played it, so that's why I'm not playing it anymore. The owner did not like me playing the video, so I got struck. Yes, it was. I pop in there. Yeah, I know. You got to watch it. It's great. I love the show. I love the show because they're getting great guests at the minute. Getting great guests. Hope you have an okay day today, my friend. Good morning, Dennis. Good morning, Dana. Me lady. Look at all the happy days. Right. So the plan today is this, right? Closing arguments for today. So it's probably going to go 4 hours each. Sorry, 2 hours each, 4 hours. Judge needs about an hour, 5 hours, half an hour, 2 breaks. So it's probably going to be 6 hours. That's 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. They could start deliberating at 3 o'clock. I don't think they're going to go too long today. So what I'm going to do at 3 o'clock, I'm going to finish the stream. Because I don't think there's going to be a verdict today. And I don't want to stay on all day long. All day. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to be tired. So I will be back on tomorrow morning then at 9 o'clock. To do verdict watch. So there's that. We'll do that. So you might get a verdict tonight, but I don't think we will. If we do, I'll stream it in the morning. If we get a verdict today or tomorrow, then I'm going to take the rest of the week off. Good. Then next week, I'm not sure what we're going to do next week. I've got some Wade Wilson stuff I want to do because I know a lot of you want to watch it and I want to watch it as well. So we'll do that one day. On Friday, I'm off. Next Friday, I'm off. I will do a quick members only next Friday from my location where I will be for you guys. I don't want it to be public, so I'll do it as a members only so you guys can see where I am. I'm going somewhere for the weekend to try and relax a little bit. So if you're a member, keep an eye out next. I'll be on my phone. I'll be on my phone, and you'll get to see a little bit where I am on Friday. It'll just be a quick 5-minute one. I might come on the weekend a few times just show you where. But as I say, they'll be very short, but it's something. But I'll do it members only. So if you're not a member, make yourself a member. So do you think closing goes spicy? They always do. They always do. Oh, the judge is back in. So hang on. Next week will be fun. I'm looking forward to next week, Dina. I am. I really am. I cannot wait. I cannot wait because they're not monetized. I can just cuss as much as I want. Right. Let me get a quote up for you. Thank you, Rob. Well, we got over a week to go, week and a half to go. Like the stream and subscribe if you're new. Yeah, please like it, motherfuckers. We got 30 people here and 23 likes. Please, we got one new member. Who's the new member? I don't know who that is. We got one new member apparently.
To look over just now was able to get y'all a printed copy, but I sent y'all electronic copies yesterday. Were y'all able to review the charge and were there any issues we needed to take up?
I don't believe so.
No, we just stand around, Judge.
All right. All right. There were a couple. I have this little guide on the top that there were a couple that I went through and dropped out last night. I emailed you on one of them. I don't remember what the last one was. I think it was a simple assault, reasonable fear language. I took that out, and I took that out of the aggravated assault charge as well, since it's not charged that way. All right, with that, are y'all ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Anything else we need to take up before we bring the jurors in?
No.
All right, bring them in.
So Sunny Days is our new member. So welcome, Sunny Days. You must have done it offline. So Sunny Days, welcome to. I think you've been a member for 3 months now. So welcome. Can't an order's been signed. Happy days, Dennis. Happy days. I hope you're happy, Dennis. Hello, Sarah P. You know what happens when Sarah P is here. I got to behave now.
We'll see if they need a break when you get done with your opening. If they don't, then we'll let y'all go for about an hour, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll let y'all
Sarah
hopefully
P.
be close
Sarah
to
P.
lunch break by then.
Sarah P. 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 Sarah P. Sarah P. Sarah P. is lovely. Hello to you, Gary. How are you, sir? Thank you for being a member for 4 months, Gary. Thank you, my friend. Josie, I'm of turf. They aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out. I'm joking, they're lovely. Hello, Anthony. How are you, fella? Hope you're well, as always. Hey, I'm sitting on something today. I got my donut cushion. Got my donut cushion, people. So I'm sitting on it. Right, let me pin that for you, Sarah P. I was going to say, let me pin Sarah P down. She'd like that. Right, pin message. Pin Sarah P. Boom. And it is been boosted for Deb, so we're good. Do you know what? I don't know yet if it's helping or not. Oh shit. I don't know if it's help. Like, I don't know. I'm sitting on it. Sitting on it. Just a little bit. There's a quote that's muted on me. So I'm sitting on it. I wasn't sure what the hole was for. So I've just stuck a thing up there just to keep it in place. Like a banana. I just stuck a banana in the middle just to keep it in place. Like a steak. So I'm sitting on it now. It's a little bit. Oof. It's a bit weird having something stuck up your bum, like.
We haven't had.
You could play ring tosses with it and stuff, and then you go over and sit on it. It just says just sit on it. I'm like, okay, this is gonna be painful. I had to get a bit of lube, but it fits all right. It fits all right. Josie, I'm after they aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out. I'm joking, they're lovely. Here we go.
We ready to proceed to closing statements?
It's all good,
Yes,
Dante.
John.
Thank you.
And Ms. Franklin, you intend to go first and last?
Yes, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Georgia law allows for the party with the burden of proof to go first and last for a closing argument. So Ms. Frankish will get an opportunity to talk to you twice. Mr. Ray and Mr. Weaver will talk to you in the middle. I believe Ms. Frankish is going to handle the closing arguments for the state, and Mr. Fogus is going to do his best to remain silent. If he needs to say something, we'll probably give him the opportunity, but I believe Mr. Weaver and Mr. Ray want to split theirs up and want to both talk, and that'll be fine. I anticipate what's going to happen is Ms. Frankish is going to go for about 30 to 45 minutes, and then save an hour and a half or so for her final close. If we need a break in 30 minutes, we'll take a break. It's going to be a long day. Y'all are going to be sitting there listening for a long time. If y'all need a break, if we need this, y'all need to go reload your coffee, that's fine. We'll do it. I've told Mr. Weaver, Mr. Ray that we will stop about halfway through theirs regardless, and we will take a full break at that point and give y'all a chance to walk and stretch and grab a cup of coffee. We will go till when defense finishes their closing. It should be right at noon. We should have food available for you. We'll take a 30-minute lunch break. Then we'll start back with Ms. Frankish will resume her closing statements. Then we'll probably take another short break, and then I'll give you the jury charge. Then y'all will have the case. It's going to then take us we did a pretty good job yesterday of gathering up all the exhibits and everything for you, but we'll still have to get all that out there, but I'll give you instructions for that. There will be another break before y'all jump in and start deliberating, just so y'all know.
Hello, stranger, wrestler's mom. Hello, my darling. Look at that pretty face of yours. Look at that. How is you, my darling? This is an interesting trial. Interesting trial. I don't think they proved it beyond a reasonable doubt, but I also know how juries work. Do you know what I mean? So we'll see. We'll see what closings are around now, but I will probably vote. I've got too many questions. She is a smoke show. You all are smoke shows. It does go to show we're all here talking about my hemorrhoids and my ass. So I love it. How raw my ass is.
And we'll also have to talk to the alternates to give them instructions. All right, with all that, Ms. Frankish, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
You have power cords hooked up to the laptop? We need to be on the same page.
Okay. All right. And so I don't want to be confused. But I remember you telling me he's on the burn pile.
Mm-hmm.
Were you lying about Scott? Is Scott, you think what? You tell me what happened.
I can tell you that there should not have been as much damage as there was done.
I don't know what that means.
That body should not have been burned up.
This case is about Gary Wayne Farris. And you're here because Melody Farris shot him, concealed his death by putting him on a burn pile on their property like he was trash. This is not a chess match or a well-played orchestra, as Miss Farris would lead you to believe. This is murder, and it is not a game. Murder is the highest crime we have, and it is your duty to hold people accountable when they commit that crime. Murder does not happen often in Cherokee County. You are in a unique position as a juror, as a Cherokee County citizen, to make sure that remains the case. And to hold people accountable who commit those crimes in your county, to your citizens. You have heard 3.5 weeks of evidence, maybe 4, I've lost count. But today, I'm going to go over the law with you and how you apply that law to the facts and the evidence that you've heard. The law instructs you to determine the facts. The facts are for you to determine. We have presented you the evidence, the witnesses, the exhibits, but you get to determine what happened in this case. And then you will apply the law that the judge instructs you to those facts. You are bound by the law. After the judge instructs you on the law, as he stated he will do for about 40 minutes or so, you will be armed with not only all of the materials that we gave you, the evidence, but you will also have the tools, which is the law. You will be in the position to convict Melody Farris. We talk about duty a lot, a juror's duty. You took an oath. The object of the discovery, the object is the discovery of truth. It is your duty to seek the truth of what happened to Gary Farris. You are not to seek doubt. All of the evidence before you points to her guilt. It is not your duty to go through all of that evidence to find all the holes that are unreasonable and to come up with some hypothesis that it doesn't even make sense. Your duty is the truth. And see, the defense wants you to ignore all the evidence that points to their client's guilt. They don't like the truth. They're going to lead you in a different direction. That will not make sense. That is not reasonable. Stay on the path of truth, and you will come to the conclusion to convict Melody Farris. The defense is going to talk about the state's burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. As the state, we have to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt. But that is just that, a reasonable doubt, the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror seeking the truth. If there's a doubt in your mind, it has to be reasonable to acquit. It cannot be a doubt that makes no sense that you have no answers for. That's not a reasonable doubt. And in this case, we have proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. All of the doubts that they're going to get up here and try to plant in your mind are not reasonable. And the evidence shows that. And the law demands it. The defense is going to want you to believe that this standard is unattainable. They may even show that stair-step picture that they showed an opening of each burden as it gets higher and higher with reasonable doubt at the top. You cannot define reasonable doubt with steps. It is defined in the law. It is not to a mathematical certainty. It is not beyond all doubt. Beyond all doubt is unattainable. Crimes are not committed for everyone to solve and know about every single detail. Crimes are committed and concealed because no one wants to be caught. That's what you have in this case. No square circles. Essentially, that's what the defense is going to want you to figure out. How to make this circle into a square. You can't do that. That's impossible. The pieces fit together and they show the truth. We asked you in jury selection about your experiences in your life, things that you've been through. We are asking you to bring your common sense and reasoning into that deliberation room. Do not leave it behind. Because common sense and reason gets you through life. That's what you need to apply to this case. You make inferences, you can make deductions, and reach the conclusions based on what you know, what you've experienced, the evidence, your common sense. That's how you'll reach the verdict in this case. In the beginning of this case, you were informed that you must be an impartial juror, not biased to either side. Impartiality. That's the starting point. And that she has the presumption of innocence. Well, that was 4 weeks ago. That was before you heard all the evidence. That was before you actually realized that she's just cloaked in all her lies. You no longer are impartial. You have all of the information, all of the evidence. And that leads to one conclusion, which is that she's guilty. She is no longer presumed innocent in your eyes. That is no longer where she sits. There are two types of evidence that the judge will instruct you on, direct and circumstantial. A lot of shows and podcasts and commentators, they all say, well, it's just circumstantial. Right? We've all heard that. But the law says you give whatever evidence, whatever weight to whatever evidence you want. There is no legal difference between circumstantial or direct. You could have the most convincing circumstantial evidence, and yet the direct evidence is just, well, maybe. Or you could have evidence that's actually both. Let me give an example. I have a 3-year-old, and the other night he was eating dinner at the table, and I ran upstairs to go get his sister's pajamas or something. We have a box of cookies on the counter by the cookie tin. They weren't in the cookie tin, they were in the box. And I come downstairs, and he had crumbs all over his face. There was a cookie missing. And so, based on that circumstantial evidence, I could infer my child stole a cookie out of that cookie box. I'm not going to infer that some cookie fairy came into my house and took it. That's not reasonable. But that is circumstantial evidence. Now, had the box been knocked over on the floor and the crumbs sitting there on the floor and my Dog is laying on the couch licking his paws. Well, that scene points to my crazy dog probably jumped on the counter, got a cookie out of the box, and ate it on the floor. I don't have to see who took the cookie to know who took the cookie. And the scene leads me to believe it's one or the other. Because I know my child and I know my crazy dog. So circumstantial evidence is a conclusion that you can reach based on inferences. Direct evidence is something you heard, saw, tasted, smelled. Scott seeing blood on the floor in the basement. All of the testimony you heard, those are things that they experienced firsthand, the witnesses. It's direct evidence. There is no legal difference. You give whatever weight to whatever piece of evidence you deem appropriate. You get to determine the credibility of all the witnesses in this case. To do that, you can consider all the facts and circumstances of the case. And on the next slide, there's going to be a non-exhaustive list of other factors. In this case, motive, bias, all of those come up. Scott, Emily, and Chris will not get their father back. Whether they get up there, they have no motive to lie to you because Gary's not walking back through that door. That's their mother. They have no reason to lie. They don't want this. They don't want her sitting there. They don't want Gary gone from their lives. All they wanted is for you to have the truth. Martha, she is the epitome of a credible witness. Look up credible witness in the dictionary. It's a picture of Martha Barton. She loved Melody. She knew it was the right thing to do to come in here and tell you people the truth because you need to know the whole story. She had no motive to lie. Consider all of these factors when you're giving credibility to a witness. All of the facts and circumstances which they testify, their manner of testifying, their means and opportunity of knowing facts, the nature of the facts, the probability or improbability of the existence of that fact, the interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. You actually weigh people's credibility every single day without really thinking about it. You choose who your friends are, you choose who you want around your family, who you hang out with at work. You decide that based on a person's credibility. This is no different. The nature of the facts, the nature about the facts of which they testify, let's talk about that for a second. David, Melody's friend, who came in here talking about his one experience with Scott in the driveway in the trailer, he didn't really have the means and opportunity of knowing the facts surrounding that situation. He knew Melody for like a second. Scott didn't know who he was. You know what Scott knows? Scott knows Melody killed his dad and is running around with Rusty Barton still and letting strangers over to the house and throwing Christmas parties. Yeah, he's going to be mad. His dad was just murdered and burned up in a burn pile on his own property by his mother. And now some strange man is coming and using his trailer. He's going to be mad. David had no perception of that. Zero. And he has an interest in the outcome of this case. He doesn't want to see his friend go to jail. We've talked about this. You must apply your common sense and reason to decide what testimony you believe or don't believe. Again, you weigh people's credibility all the time without even knowing it. The law allows you and demands that you determine who to believe and who not to believe. And some people, you can believe some things they say and not some things they say, right? Like Rusty Barton. He plays both sides. We know that. We saw that. He wants to stay out of trouble, yet he doesn't want to upset Melody. We know what he said was the truth about her statement, he's in the burn pile, because of the context in which he said it. We know the recantation is a lie because it makes no sense. Why, if she gave that statement at Martha Jane's house after Gary's remains were found, why would Rusty respond with, "Don't tell me anything else"? And he references that 2:20 a.m. call. And then the call you just heard, he references it again. And that was August 2nd of 2018. That is a witness. You'll have to resolve the conflicts of his credibility. But he was up there long enough. Y'all know the kind of person he is. Use your common sense and reasoning. Now I want to talk to you about what she is charged with in the indictment. And you'll have a copy of the indictment in the back with all the charges in it. I'm going to start with 4 and 5. We've got malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, concealing the death of another, and making a false statement. I'm going to start from the bottom and then go to more serious charges. Okay. First of all, let me say this. If the defense doesn't get up here and concede making a false statement, no credibility to their closing argument. Knowingly and willfully making a false statement in any matter within the jurisdiction of the government of any county. Like Michael Ray said in his opening, lying to the police. I lost count how many times that woman lied to those police. But specifically this charge is about being currently in an affair with Rusty Barton. And y'all heard that voicemail on June, I think it was 25th. It was like less than a week before Gary's remains were found. Call me back, love you. That affair didn't end a year before. She just saw the unraveling. She didn't even own up to any affairs. She lied about Ted Wiley. Oh, we were just friends. We were all just friends. We know that's not true. You literally left your husband and went to stay with him for a significant amount of time. And he had to take the stand and talk about their relationship. If they don't get up here and concede that, you can't give their closing any credibility. Concealing the death of another. Commit this crime by concealing the death of another, hindering the discovery of whether or not such person was unlawfully killed, i.e., putting a body in a burn pile to conceal that he was shot to death. Concealment. Now we're going to go to count 1, malice murder. Causing the death of another person, in this case Gary Farris, unlawfully and with malice aforethought. Malice. That's what this charge is about. Malice is doing something maliciously, which means you have an abandoned and malignant heart. malice can be formed in an instant. Now, we have a lot of evidence of malice in this case. Malice is not premeditation or anything like that. It's not ill will or hatred, although we have hatred. She despised Gary. That's no secret. She intended to kill him without a legal justification. The state does not have to prove premeditation, although we have evidence of premeditation in this case. Taking that gun from Martha, telling Addison not to spend the night, she knew this day would come. There is no required time to form malice. Like I said, malice can be formed in an instant. Every time she saw Gary, she had malice. Felony murder is another type of murder, which essentially is when you cause the death of another during the commission of a felony. And in this case, that's aggravated assault. Aggravated assault will be defined in the next slide, but it's shooting someone or pointing a gun at someone. That's aggravated assault. And that caused the death of Gary Farris. We do not have to show in felony murder that Melody acted with malice, even though we know she did. This charge does not require malice. It just requires the commission of a felony and someone resulting in somebody dying. The judge will instruct you that aggravated assault is a felony. There needs to be what's called proximate cause to the death. So the felony has to have resulted somehow in the death or be connected to the death, which we have. The judge will give you a definition of a simple assault, so you know what assaulted means, assaulted another person with a deadly weapon. And he will also instruct you that a firearm legally is a deadly weapon. We do not have to prove injury, although we have that in this case. It's not required. You can assault a person by instilling fear, but that's not what we have here. We actually have a shooting and we have a death. I want to talk about the state's burden. Like I said, reasonable doubt cannot be measured. They will want you to believe that that burden cannot be reached and it is unattainable. They will get up here and try to instill upon you that there's no way we can ever prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. Well, that is just not the law. The law does not require beyond all doubt. We need order and justice, and that means we prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt. You have more than what you need in this case to convict Melody Farris. I want to talk about grave suspicion and mere presence because I assure you that Mr. Ray or Mr. Weaver will get up here and talk about how we just have grave suspicion of Melody. She was merely present at the home when he died. No. We have way more than that. What they have is a grave suspicion of Scott, which is based on speculation and conjecture. And that's what that charge says. You cannot convict on speculation and conjecture. We can't even indict on speculation and conjecture. That's not even probable cause. Mere presence. Scott wasn't even merely present in the home. He was merely present at the barn. Compare the two, right? Grave suspicion, mere presence. Scott Farris. They have suspicion based on what? He's 6'5". He has a messy apartment. He was in the military. I'm sorry, is that a suspicion these days? Do we have to suspect everybody in the military is a murderer? Grave suspicion, speculation, and conjecture. That's what they're going to throw at you about Scott Farris. That was all their defense witnesses. Well, I just didn't like the way he talked to me. Well, I'm sorry his dad was brutally murdered by his mother. I think he's allowed to be angry. But Melody, we're here because Melody is sitting in that chair. And we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she is the one that murdered Gary Farris. The judge is going to instruct you on what impeaching a witness is. It's essentially showing that a witness is unworthy of belief. You can attack the credibility, and he'll give you all those charges in the jury charge. We saw some of that here. But you know, the person whose credibility that was attacked the most is Melody's. I mean, you saw Amanda sit on that stand, and Mr. Fogus showed her the text messages of Melody lying to her about going to Minnesota. Did you see Amanda's demeanor? Betrayal, disappointment. That's attacking her credibility. She's not worthy of belief. Amanda knows that. Her other children definitely know that. They sat up here and told you that. To that same vein, consider the source of a witness's information. If that witness's information is coming from Melody Farris, it is not worthy of belief. That's how you impeach someone. Every crime must be committed with criminal intent. To determine criminal intent, you can consider words of the defendant, conduct, demeanor, motive, and any other circumstance that you deem relevant. We have a lot of intent in this case. We even have a text message where she says, "I told him I hope you die a gruesome death." If that's not direct evidence of intent, I don't know what is. Her demeanor when she found out about Rusty's statement, she was angry. She was mad at him. Her motive, she had plenty of motive. She's the only one that had motive. I've said this. She despised Gary. She hated that he was giving away their money, her money. That was the main motive. Rusty was a bonus. She was mad about that money. And you could tell that was her motive because after the offense, she was on a money hunt. It was all about the money. We'll get into that in the next close. Telling Addison not to sleep over, she had criminal intent that night to kill her husband. And she, one, didn't want witnesses. Two, never told her grandkids that they could not spend the night. Telling people to, shh, I thought I told you to stop talking. Everything she said and did in this case not only proves that she committed these crimes, but she did it with malice aforethought and an abandoned, malignant heart. She stood to inherit all of his money. She burned the remains of her husband for almost 39 years in the hopes it would look like an accident. All because she wanted his money and to live a life with Rusty. In my next close, I'm going to talk about the evidence and why the evidence and the law demands a verdict of guilty in this case.
Let's go ahead and take a quick break. I'm going to try to set up another microphone over here. All right. So we'll try to keep it to 10 minutes. And y'all can go run down and get a cup of coffee if you need to. You can come unlock this.
Yes, 2 hours. Hey, David Cornish, how are you doing, David? You're right. I don't like 2 hours. I think 2 hours is too long. I think that the problem with 2 hours is that people fall asleep, you lose your impact. So I always think less is more. Oh, the whole family are in there. 45 minutes, yeah, an hour tops. An hour tops. I think that we've sat here for many of them, and it's just too long. You try and creep everything into, you stretch it too much. Just get to the facts. I say, hello, Daffodil. Just get straight into it. But it's an advantage for the prosecution. 2 hours is more of an advantage for the prosecution because they will spend half an hour like she just did. Then the defense spent two hours. By the time the prosecution comes back, they could forget everything the defense said. So, they got an hour and a half of it. Both sides said they would require 2 hours, Les. And he said they can go over 2 hours as well if they want to, within reason. So it will be at least 2 hours on each side, is from what they required from the judge. The judge is also allowing all lawyers to speak. So in most courts, only one lawyer from each side. So, for instance, the prosecution could use both, but the defense can only use one normally. But he says, no, I don't rule like that. Both attorneys can speak if they want to speak. So he doesn't care. They both can go up there if they want to, which I think is really, really good. Also, hey, the state goes up to the last. I know, same here. Yeah. Hello, Donna. Who's the shady guy with the long hair and beard? He creeps me out. Oh, I'm not sure. I'd be asleep in that courtroom listening for 2 hours the same year. I couldn't. It's way too long. An hour is too long for what you want from it. Like, people that, some people like longer ones, but trust me, juries just fall asleep. They don't listen to it. They get bored. So you don't want that. Yeah, the Glera is reading it out, I believe. Yeah, I'll read it. I've not read part 1 yet, so I will read that, Keith. The Vanity Fair at another point, I think. Oh, so here we go. Are you motherfucker? I'm such a prick. You absolute pleb. Absolute pleb of a guy I am. You dummy. You dummy. Oh, fuck it. I won't bother. Idiot. I forgot. Hey, it's good for you, though, guys. I forgot to put the video on monetize. So there's no ads for anybody. I forgot. What a idiot. So I guess I'm streaming for free today. So enjoy it. Enjoy it. So they did have the choice, Amy. They could have put the all 2 hours at the end if they wanted to. In Texas, they do that as well. Then can't you do that? I can, but I mean, I don't. You know, it is what it is. I've messed up the first hour or so. So no, I can switch it on. I just a freebie for all of you. Freebie for all of you for your support. It's all good. No, I'll leave it off. I'll leave the ads off as a nice surprise and a nice thank you to all of you. This is my my thank you to you for your continued support, people. So it's all good. It's not a massive. Well, yeah, but sure. It is what it is. I messed up. My fault. So we will learn some lessons moving on to the future. But yeah, you're right, though. I could switch on now, but I don't want to be that guy. It's my fault. The only way you learn from lessons are eat it. Congratulations to all of you. No ads for you. My fault, and I won't do that again. Well, I probably will, to be fair, but. Right, for those of you coming in, that's a little treat for you as well. I'm giving you all surprises today. Look at that. Nice surprise. Dana and Dennis and me in the back. Dana and Dennis and me in the back. Dana and Dennis. They're both pumpkin lovers. Look at the bush in front of me. And Dana. It's all good, Daffy. You can go to it if you want. I'm going to read it myself later on anyway. I'm only staying on today for the end of all this malarkey. I'm not doing Verdict Watch today. We'll do something tomorrow. Daffy Dill cheats on me with Will. Daffy Dill cheats on me with. Oh, also I brought this next to me. So thank you to all of you. I got this. This is, the fundraiser, Boston fundraiser. I got this for Boston, right? What we got? What we got with a drunken Dana? What do we have with a drunken Dana? So, I bought this because of you lovely people. This cost me, hang on, what did this cost me? I'll do it in dollars. I know how much it cost in the UK. Manscaped. Wouldn't you like that, Heather? Potty mouth. Let me just see here. Ba, 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 ba. This is, you know who you all are. This cost $781. $781. Look at that. It's spinning around all my days. Oh, thank you, Viv. I had to send my Manscaped back, actually. I did. He wasn't as close as I thought he was. He still left stubble. So I still got a Manscaped shaver for my beard, but not my pubes. Hey Mark, how you doing? So I bought the. Oh shit! Switch off. I don't want it on. So I bought. Oh shit! What am I doing now? It's brand new. I bought this out of the funds from the fundraising funds. So thank you to all of you that have donated. This is because of you. I would never have bought this. So I never would have bought something like this. Apparently this is really good because it's so small, fits in your hand. You can shake it about. It's nice and black, ladies, yeah? Something fits your hand quite nicely. Black. Extends when you want it to extend. Dirty fuckers, my chat. Dirty fuckers. It's an Osmo Pocket 3. Osmo Pocket 3. I know what deal that is, Daniel F. It's a vlogging camera. Nate loves it. He used it for the first time on Disney. Oh, cool. I don't know anything of this. So it zooms in, zooms out. I can show you my pubes. Is that what you've been sitting? Yeah. So I put this in the hole. I've been sitting on it. So it's a bit looby outside, but a bit brown now. It wasn't this color when it's white. Originally, this was white. It's a camera, vlogging camera. Viv. It's a vlogging camera. So when I meet all of you out there, I can be like, hey, let's have a chat. Show me your tits. I'll show you my pubes. Do you know what I mean? That kind of chats and stuff like. No, I shave. No, I do. I wax my balls. I wax my balls now, Amy. So don't you worry. I wax my pubes, my balls. I'm clean shaven. Bit stubble now and again, but I clean shave it. It's whoosh. It's all gone. I veted it. It's gone. So here you go, everybody. I hope so as well. It's going to be documenting the whole Boston trip and also more. Do me and more. I'm going to use it for the first time on Friday, I believe. I'll try to. I don't know how to use it yet. I've not used it. But again, I just want to say thank you to all of you, and you know who you are and stuff like that. And there's a anonymous, you're here, so thank you, anonymous, as well for all of that. There's literally, I said, like, the Boston trip will be everything that I raise that money is towards Boston. So that's going towards Boston. I don't know, Dana. I don't know. I think it streams as well. I don't know. I'm going to have a videographer coming with me. Someone's agreed to be like my video person when I'm in Boston. So I will. So I don't have to use it. Someone else is going to be using it, filming me, and wherever I go. So I think you can stream it. Are you feeling better? I won't lie and say I am. I'm not, but I was going to say I have squirts. I have squirts now and again, where I am feeling better. Viv, I know I hate you when we don't come. I hate that as well. I hate you not coming. We need to regulate that. I know not everybody can come, so squirts straight out. So yeah, I'll give it a wash because, as I say, this is brown now and it's supposed to be white. But I'll stop sitting on it. Before then, I'll stop sitting on it, so it'll be back to white before I get out there. Squirts, Denise, just the way I like it. You know, I don't think I got hemorrhoids, people. I've been fingering my ass. No, I should say that. I should say I've been fingering my ass. I've been like feeling for hemorrhoids. I don't feel anything unless it's up my anal canal. I don't know, but that's what the doctor's going to do next Tuesday. So yeah, so thank you to all of you. $800, £600, $800. Oh, and sorry, so it's more like $850 because I have to buy an SD card and a cover. So thank you to all of you. Without all of your support, this would not be possible. So I don't take it for granted. I do not take it for granted at all, one bit. Don't think I do. It's still got the tags on, brand new. I'm going to give it to my videographer next week so that they can play with it and see what they come up with. I need to put it back in the box. Hey, there's a box, a very white box in the country. But yeah, that Manscaped header didn't work for me. But I do Veet now. So it burns the whole hair off. So it's not bad. It's good. Right, I see the quote's back. Let me get back up here.
And I don't generally get bent.
Don't worry. Normally, there's a lot more than that leaves, but I think that's quite tame. Do you know what I mean? I think that's quite tame. You know, if they want to leave. I mean, if you're prudes, then fuck off. Do you know what I mean? I think it's funny. I think it's hilarious, and I love the fact that the most of you think is hilarious as well, which I love. So yeah, let's get back to the stream. And as I say, oh, what? Before I get back to the stream, fucking hell. No, you mofos. Oh, for fuck's sakes. I think this is you. Oh, hang on. You mofo. Donna, I love you so much. Hang on. Thank you to Donna for the 5 coffees. Thank you, my darling. She says, since you won't be monetized, thank you, my darling. Let me just tell you now, it's all good, people, about the monetization. It is what it is. That is a lot more than I would have got if I was monetized. Trust me. I would have got probably about $4 or $5 today anyway from ads. So it's not a biggie for me. That's why I wasn't fussed about switching them on. So you have definitely just more than covered my losses today. So thank you, my darling, so much for that. You just made my day. Thank you, my darling. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you, by the way. I love you all. But that is, I believe, that is Texan Donna. So thank you, Texas Donna. Right, let me get back to the stream then. He just giving a ball look, and he was to somebody.
Shape about things when the phone.
Been paying diligent attention, taking your.
Let me go back to the start. Here we go.
All right, Mr. Correa, go ahead.
May it please the court, opposing counsel, ladies and gentlemen. First off, on behalf of Mr. Weaver and Ms. Farris, thank you very much. I know that this has been for y'all a long 4 weeks, and definitely for other lawyers, it's been a long 5 weeks of dealing with this case. And we note that you have been paying diligent attention, taking your notes, and we are very appreciative of that. And with that, and like I told you on October the 7th, when I did my opening statement, you're getting on the Ferris wheel. And it is, in fact, this family is a soap opera. And I think through testimony that you saw that. Now, first off, the indictment, Ms. Frankish went over the indictment with you, so I'll just touch on it briefly. Count 1, malice murder. Count 2, felony murder. Count 3, aggravated assault. Count 4, concealing the death. And count 5, making false statements. Now, this is just to point out, Ms. Frankish pointed out that, we're disingenuous if we don't just get up here and freely admit about count 5 making false statements. So I'll just go ahead and give you a preview that Mr. Weaver is going to be coming up with. He does not have a PowerPoint. He's got 2 books and about 10 pieces of paper, and he's going to be specifically addressing that with you. But what I will be doing in mine is walking you through what the actual physical evidence was in the case. And we're actually going to start by walking through the front door of the Farris property. Now, first off, with reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. Ms. Franklin said it to you. I said it to you in opening. The judge is going to say it to you again. Mr. Weaver is going to say it to you again. And Ms. Franklin was right. There is a stair step. I found that several years ago, and I have used it ever since, and I absolutely love it because it shows what reasonable doubt is. Because you're not finding this case and deciding this case based on reasonable doubt. It is beyond reasonable doubt. So it's a doubt that you can give a reason for. They have to go beyond that. They don't just get up to the reasonable doubt step and stop, because that's not guilty. They got to get up on that top step, beyond that doubt. And it is a long burden. Look at all the stairs, no evidence until a reasonable suspicion, probable cause, preponderance, clear and convincing, reasonable doubt, and then finally beyond reasonable doubt. They have not come even close to beyond reasonable doubt. The state has introduced a case to you and spent 4 weeks presenting evidence, and it is so full of holes, and we're going to go through all of those. Remember I told you about when John Luke and I were getting ready for this case, and he had kind of hit a wall that day, and he was like, I'm leaving, I'm done. Can't listen to any more interviews. There are so many hours and hours of interviews in this case. He was like, I'm leaving. And he went to the drugstore close to our office, and he was just talking to the clerk there, and she said, well, sometimes the Grace questions go unanswered. Came back and rejuvenated the next day. We're like, hey, we got a theory, because we do have a lot of unanswered questions. So what are just some of those? The questions that have no answers in this case. How about the easiest one? Where was Gary shot? All right, if you remember from that drawing from Dr. Gooding, and I'll show it later, he could have been shot here. But she also said he could have been shot here. They don't actually know where he was shot. They don't have an entrance wound. They don't have a wound pad. They don't have an exit wound. And in fact, and I'll go over it more later, Dr. Arden stated that the bullet is lodged in the soft tissue, never entered the body cavity. In that fact, that bullet that they found in the burn pile, there's no way that it would cause death. It would cause some bleeding. He said it could possibly bruise the lung. But in his medical opinion, it's impossible that that bullet caused the death. How was he put on the burn pile? This trial started out, it was a week of establishing the fact that they have a tractor. And there are now hundreds of photographs of a tractor and an RTV. But how did he get on there? And we'll go through what the tractor and the RTV shows. Where is the gun? No idea. How about where are the bullets? No idea. Scott's odd behavior, and I'll talk more about that shortly. How did Gary even die? And that ties into where Gary was shot. You heard Dr. Arden say that he would have to say that the manner of death is undetermined and that the cause of death is undetermined. And he said that because that was his medical opinion. And he was very clear in stating that I am saying this because I just do not have the facts. And I have not been given the facts. And the state hasn't shown me the facts to be able to make to a medical certainty of what the cause of death was and the manner of death was. And there are countless others. And we're going to be going through several. So, walking through the crime scene. This is the front door of the Farris home. You'll remember from talking or from the testimony to that point in time, he was an investigator. Now he works at the school. Shaw, you remember him. Shaw stated that he was brought back in, because I don't think he can remember who told him to, but there was a blood droplet. I don't think my little pointer will work on the TV, but it's right there kind of underneath the window in the middle of that hallway that there was a blood drop, a potential blood drop. But what ended up happening, that blood droplet was not collected or tested. And actually, when they brought Agent Coffee out, or Agent Honey, they didn't even have her blue star it either. So there is a spot on the floor of unknown origin, and nobody knows actually what it is. Moving further into the house, into the dining room, and you'll remember, if I'm facing this photograph, the door to the stairs to go down to Gary's living quarters, it would be to the left. Agent Honey sprayed this entire area, if you'll remember from her testimony, in Blue Star. Nothing. Not a single drop of blood, except for when you turn and on that same rug. That's the rug there, and that's up toward what would be the left-hand corner of the rug. There's a single drop of what she said is possible blood because it reacted to the Blue Star. Wasn't collected, wasn't tested. I asked her, I asked Shaw, I asked Stewart, can you take that, can you cut it out? Can you swab it? Yes, yes. Have you ever done that before? Yes. Did they do it? No. They didn't do anything. They literally took a photograph of it and said, well, good enough. And you're going to hear a lot of that in this case. It all seems as a lot of good enough. And actually, they came in and they're sitting on the front there. which is perfect. Because a lot of them, if you heard us when we were questioning them, it's like, why didn't you do that? And what's the answer? I wasn't asked to. Well, when you're the government and you're investigating a murder, you should have some decency to actually take initiative in this case, especially if you're going to accuse a woman of murder. But they don't have any initiative. You know, in fact, they had Kuykendall over there standing next to a tractor at 8 o'clock at night for no reason instead of actually investigating. They abandoned, and of course, Hayes ain't getting off the hook that easy, but that sheriff's office, they abandoned Hayes. They went out there and they investigated that crime scene and they left, and then they just said, Hayes, you know what? You're the lead. It's on you. Figure it out. And just left it. That's why Pope had to go with him to Tennessee. He don't even work for the sheriff's office. He's an investigator with the fire department. And he goes all the way to Tennessee to interview Martha Jane, I believe, and also Rusky Barton, because he was left. But so there's no initiative. Agent Honay says, when I asked her, did you collect it? No. Why? Nobody asked me to. No initiative. Here's the other blood spot, and this is two separate photographs. One on the left is essentially how the photograph is taken if you just took it while we're standing here today. The second one is you turn off the lights, and you remember with Shaw how you got to manipulate the lights, and then I did the whole thing about instead of taking a photograph and manipulating it, why don't we just set the stage in the house to actually be able to show the luminescence of the blue star actually on a photograph instead of manipulating the photograph to maybe see the blue star. So that one's been manipulated, but that's fine, because what did Honay say? It reacts like blood, but it could also be something else. Because remember, I went through with her different types of food that can react to blue star, different type of chemicals that can react to blue star, different type of minerals that can react to blue star. So she said, I don't know what it is. And also, did they sample or collect it? No. So essentially what we have here is a photograph of something that proves nothing. The stairs were the same way. I was going to go in, put in the blue star on the stairs, but, not just going to sit here and beat a dead horse. They didn't do anything with the stairs. They said, well, there looks like blood. Well, we're not going to collect it and we're not going to test it. So good enough. Now the downstairs, we actually get some investigation going here. You see from 1, 2, 3, and 4. You heard with the GBI that essentially we were calling 1 and 2. That's EM1 and EM2. And that's just EM was evidence marker, so 1 and 2. Now, those blood droplets are the DNA, blood DNA of Gary Farris. That is proven. That is a fact. 3 and 4 were not collected nor tested based on the testimony of Shaw and Thrasher and Hayes as well. Side by side, up close comparison of EM1 and EM2. You can see the blood droplet of EM1 is a centimeter, a little bit smaller. EM2 is those tiny, substantially less in size than a centimeter, 3 little droplets. Now, the basement. We talked a lot about the basement. So I just put that in there from a backed away perspective of this. You can see there where the arrow is, that's about where EM1 was. It's essentially at the foot of that wooden spiral floor lamp. The projectile that was found in the basement is in between the cushion and the chair. And there's a close-up of the projectile. Now, here's what's interesting about the projectile. The projectile, they testified, did have DNA of Gary Farris on it. And I believe that they actually tested a piece of skin. That's what the testimony of that was. But look at that bullet. It's in a very peculiar spot. According to all the witnesses that testified, there's no impact marks, there's no bullet holes, there's no nothing. There's no marks on the ground where this bullet landed or anything like that. And then when Honay got on the stand, because remember she blue starred the basement, and also with Kuykendall, since he's the one that found the bullet, no blood found around that bullet. The only blood is EM1, 2. That's the only blood in the basement. Around that bullet, there is no blood. So there's no blood found anywhere around the projectile. Now, Honay said she blue started the whole basement. I'll show you another photograph here in a second. And also the GBI quantified that they examined the bullet and there were no textile fibers found on the bullet. And if you'll also recall with, I think her name was Bagwell with the GBI, talked to her about how a bullet can go through, especially with those types of bullets that you saw. And you'll have it back there. You'll see that the flanges that kind of go out kind of got, almost looks like kind of teeth on them where the bullets opened up. And they talked about how that can go through and snag on clothing and things like that. You could get fibers and other types of materials on the bullet, of which they found 0. Now, showing the basement out again, the little area, that's where Honay blue started. And I asked her specifically, did you blue star on the couch and the chair and on? Her testimony was, and you'll remember this as well, was that she believed that she had blue starred the whole basement, but she would only take photographs if it showed the luminescent or presumptive blood. And she had no photographs of the couch. Nothing. Up here in any of the walls, and this applies upstairs too. Nothing found. Nothing found on the back walls, nothing found on the ceiling, nothing. The only thing found, 2 less than a centimeter drop of blood in the basement. Now this was admitted through Thrasher, I believe, essentially, and this is the pivotal piece of evidence because when you're looking at the photograph, it's kind of hard to figure out, especially for you guys who hadn't been there and seen all this stuff, of actually trying to navigate that house. Very confusing, especially when you get in the basement. But you can see, and you'll have this back with you as well. This is the main floor layout, and you've got the porch and all that. And I've taken this and I've put the little dot. So that first dot closest to the bottom, that's where they said they thought was blood, but they didn't do anything with. Then you move around and you've got nothing until you get to that little drop at the top of the stairs that Honay talked about, as well as Thrasher, and then that other kind of swipe mark closer to the family room and the drops going downstairs. Now, what I thought was interesting in this, and the reason for it is, so you supposedly have, you'll remember Mr. Focus is asking, I think he asked Hayes, did you have evidence of a violent crime being committed in this house? And he said yes. Okay, so that's your evidence of a violent crime. 4 supposed drops of blood that was never collected, never tested in this entire, y'all saw the house. It's a pretty big house. But where else was nothing found? Or what else was found? So we got the living room, there's nothing. Kitchen, nothing. Breakfast area, nothing. Little hallway that leads to the bathroom and the mudroom, nothing. The hallway leading into the dining room, nothing. The dining room, there's just that one little drop that they didn't collect on the carpet. But other than that, nothing. Study, nothing. And most importantly, or second most importantly, that's the hallway that leads out to the garage, 0 found. Front porch, 0 found. Going downstairs, that's EM 1 through 4. You can see I've labeled it, the top 2 kind of bigger ones. It is hard to make a circle with a mouse attached to your keyboard, where you just got to do it with your fingers. So pay no part of that. But also down here, so we got that, and we also got the projectile, right? So let's not forget that. But what else do we have? Well, we got nothing found in the media room or the workshop. We got nothing found in the bedroom. Nothing in the office, storage, utility. Nothing leading out of those sliding glass doors to the outside. And nothing leading out upstairs, going back again, don't do that, leading out the front door. This is pivotal. And also, you'll remember I asked, I think it was Shaw, and he hemmed and hawed around most of the stuff I asked him. But there's no damage to any of the doors, leading in or out of this house. So, any evidence of any dragging or any equipment being used or anything like that, and we'll get more into that later. But there's no damage to any of the door frames, the doors themselves, nothing. Now, this was, I think, aerial, one of them. And I put a little campfire, so that's my burn pile. All right, and that's a rough estimate of where it was. Y'all recall, y'all all walked down there. But what I wanted to show you is using this photograph is, so here, no blood is found. Here, no blood is found. Around the burn pile, no blood. No blood, no blood, no blood. Not a single solitary drop of blood from anybody. Melody, Gary, no one. And we'll go into the tractor. You're probably like, well, what about the RTV and the tractor? We'll get to that. So that just shows all of those law enforcement. I could name, about who was there. Hayes was there, Shaw was there, Thrasher was there, Eckhart was there. I think Hands was there, Ballard was there. All of these people, all of these investigators, all of these law enforcement officers, EMS was there, fire was there. All of these people, and not a single solitary drop of blood is found on the outside where they claim that a violent murder happened. The outside of the house. This came up because you've heard, probably didn't know what a preliminary hearing was. There's no point to learn it now, but you heard you heard Amanda talking about it. I learned it at the preliminary hearing. And one of this photograph became a big deal actually in the preliminary hearing because you notice you can see the crime scene tape. So that is actually taken on or around July 5th. And I know the grass is extremely different now than when you all went out there. That is actual, real, regular old grass. Not a single tire track, drag mark, nothing on that well-manicured grass, or the surrounding mulch, or anything else. In fact, there's the photo. We'll go on into that. So, we spent a whole day establishing tractors. So we got the tractor, and then we tested. Or actually, Tyke stood by with it for some reason. I think Stewart actually found a photograph on the left. That's the blood drop that was Gary's. That single, solitary, tiny little blood drop on the step. Because if you actually look at the tractor, there's no step on what would that be? If you're standing behind it on the right side, there's no step. So this is the left-hand side of the tractor, and that's all it is. Now the other photograph, that's the Blue Star photograph that Hayes and Shaw took when they actually took the tractor and the RTV over to the sheriff's office. And they said that this was, number one, it wasn't collected or tested, running thing we have here. But they said that was indicative of blood because it illuminated. But then, out of nowhere, I've been here for 4 weeks, and then we call the chief deputy. I didn't know he was the chief deputy. Thought he was still a captain. Found out he's the chief deputy now. We got promoted. Found out, why did you call in the GBI? And I was going to ask him that anyway because he was the head of CID, so he had to be the one to approve it. And what did he say? But our Blue Star expired. So there's now evidence that the Blue Star that they used in this investigation was actually expired, and that they believed that it was necessary at that point that they needed to call in the GBI to do Blue Star testing because they didn't have any that wasn't expired. Nobody told you a single word about that, and all of the testimony about Blue Star by the sheriff's office until Pinion came and said, no, I called in the GBI because we didn't have any that was good. Not that it matters anyway, because yet again, not collected or tested. Now, the bucket. No blood, no DNA, zero evidence whatsoever. There is nothing that indicates that tractor was used to move Gary Farris's body at any point in time other than a tiny drop of blood on the stairs, and there's plenty of evidence that Gary used the tractor. In fact, it was his tractor. You can use it if you wanted to. And there's a tiny drop of blood on it. But we're talking about a murder, we're talking about moving a 6'5", 300-pound man, we got to have a way to do it. Use the tractor. Nothing. Somebody that the state says was shot 2 or more times and there's not a single drop, not a blood, not skin, not sweat, not hair, nothing found in the bucket of the tractor. Also, the back. I was just thinking last night while I was putting this together that, maybe they tied a rope around it, and we'll get into ropes and stuff later, but on the back of the tractor, nothing. Blood, actually no blood, suspected blood, or DNA, or any evidence whatsoever on the back of the tractor. So the front has nothing, the back has nothing. Now the RTV kind of shifted, and then it seemed to me like in the middle of the trial almost, or not necessarily in the middle, but during the physical evidence part, that things kind of twisted. It was well, we've got to abandon this tractor idea because that's not really working out. We're switching to the RTV. It's a little easier. So of course we got a Blue Star tested too, but there was Melody's blood was found in the GBI testified to on the L2 shifter. There was no other blood or other DNA found on the RTV. Now, here's what's interesting though. L2 shifter, that's how it's labeled. You'll have a copy of the GBI report back there with you. That's what they call it. Problem is there's zero evidence or photographs of it, of the interior of the RTV, and nobody testified what the L2 shifter is or does. We have no idea. I don't know if that's what makes it go front and back. No clue. It's just called the L2 shifter. Now here's the Blue Star, yet again expired, on the RTV. So it is very hard to see, but so I put the circles around it. So that is on the, we'll go with the left side first. That's on the, looks like the driver's side of the Kubota. Those little drops. They said that was presumptive of blood. Then on the back, where that indention is on the left-hand side, there was a little blood there, or what they thought was blood. Now, and keeping the theme of this case rolling, not collected, not tested, not sent to the crime lab. Also, remember, because I asked who would that have been? That would have been Shaw. I asked Shaw specifically, that tractor and that RTV, what'd y'all do with that, the Blue Star? And he was like, we hosed it down, the whole thing. Remember, we got a violent crime, a violent murder. The state's trying to say that this was potentially used to transport a 6'5", 300-pound man. Where there is absolutely no DNA based on the Blue Star, and actually their own physical examination of the RTV is actually in the bed of it. Nothing. And also the Blue Star was expired. Now, this just occurred to me just out of other reasons. I just wanted to go because people were just, you never know what a jury's going to think and what other people think. So you just try to cover all your bases. So thought about, maybe they used a winch to get Gary out of the house or something. But there's no evidence of a winch at the house. There's no evidence of a winch on the RTV. Four-wheelers, well, I ain't got a four-wheeler. Got an RTV, it's got no evidence on it. No evidence of any ropes, cables, straps, sheeps, tarps, horses hauling, dollies hauling. That could either be, I call them hand trucks, or the thing, like four square with the four wheels kind of dolly thing. No evidence of that. No evidence of any device used to potentially move the body of Gary Farris. Zero. Not one. You got all these photos, hundreds. I don't even know how much evidence we're actually up to in this case. Y'all can count it when you get back to the jury room if you want to. But there's probably 1,000 to 1,200 photographs alone. A lot of them are like this. That's why I put these three separate photographs together. It's like, look at all this stuff. But nothing is found. Now the house, I wanted to show you with that because of that. So, we've got none of these things to move the body. And then yet again on the outside, no drag marks at all. All across that ground. Y'all saw the leaves, how the, underneath the tree canopy there, how it is. So you can see that if you were dragging a 300-pound man down that hill, it's fairly steep, that there would be some evidence. And there's not. There's 0. Now Melody's shirt, I just want to show you this. John Luke put this into evidence. And I'm just going to put gloves on to touch it because things get a little nasty when they've been in an evidence bag for 6 years. So, and we didn't do it with the GBI, who actually did the test of the blood. But when you look, because I asked Shaw at the photographs, y'all have those photographs back. When you look at this, you remember, there's the front of it. Shaw was saying there was blood down here or here. That's where he was saying there was blood. But where there was actual blood found, way up here. He didn't point that out. That's where the GBI actually took the cutting of the shirt and found blood. And whose blood was it? That was Melody's blood. Now, they called the other lady with the GBI, who said that she tried to run what was called a true allele test. And all true allele is just a computer program that can potentially try to separate 2 different types of DNA. And he couldn't do it. It just said that there was Melody's DNA and there might be the DNA of somebody else of unknown origin and unknown type. So we just don't know what it is. So it didn't work. So you got Melody's blood on her own shirt. And you also, on a pair of shoes, that John Luke also put in, there was a single drop of blood on Melody's shoe. And yet again, this is Melody's own shoe. Now, why is that kind of important for me? It goes to show the quality of the investigation. Because why take those things, send them off to be tested, if you're not going to do the basic thing? Hayes never asked, and we have no evidence of, did Melody wear the red shirt on the 3rd, 4th, or 5th? We know she didn't wear it on the 5th because she's photographed her on the trail cam. So we don't know. No evidence she even had the shirt on. We don't even know. You know, Hayes said he found it in the closet. Remember, we kept asking people where you found the shirt, where you found the shirt. No, it didn't. He just said I found it in the closet. We don't know. Was it hanging up? Was it in the dirty clothes? Was it laying on the floor? No idea. But again, there's the shoe, Melody's blood. So, going back to no evidence on the 3rd and 4th that she had those things on. I mean, it's her own clothes, her own blood on it, and there is evidence, remember, because she broke the plate, and that she actually had a cut on her finger. That's in evidence. So, there you go. But they didn't take that initiative that you have to when you're investigating somebody for murder. Take the initiative to say, hey, this shirt's got blood on it. When's the last time you wore it? You know, let's document where we found it. Let's take photographs of it before we pick it up. Let's do those simple tasks. But they don't have the initiative. Shoes, who knows? I don't know when the last time she wore them. Put this in. You'll have it back there. I tried to cut and paste using paint. Didn't come out too good. But I just know what it says. These are the blue shoes and the T-shirt saying that is blood, Melody Farris. You know, fine. It's her own clothing. It's her own blood. And her fingers cut. We don't even know when she had it on. Also, they sent off some towels, if you recall. Very limited testimony regarding these towels, but they sent off, it looks like 26 was the package. So A, B, C, D, E, F, sent off 6 things. 1 white towel, 5 white washcloths. 2 of those, or all of them, it looks like A and E didn't pass the test. It says 2 presumptive tests for blood did not produce the same result. And the GBI testified that basically they did a preliminary test on it, and they do it twice, and it gave different results. So they said, well, at that point in time, we can't tell you that it's blood, so we're just not going to test it anymore. The other items that they sent down there were negative for blood. Now the barn. The bane of my existence, that nothing was really done in the barn other than Lieutenant Stewart. And, you know, I kind of feel bad for him, kind of like I do Hayes sometimes, is he just got told to go out there, but to his own fault, he didn't take any initiative. And yet again, when you're investigating a murder, you got to have some initiative. Because he took photos, but asked him about Blue Star, all that. He said, I wasn't asked to do it. And one thing is, going back to Lieutenant Stewart, he works in the courthouse now. So I see him every day. And, I've even talking to him this morning. But at the end of the day, it's like, you got to do your job. Whether or not I like you. Lindsay and Allison over there, every day. Talk to them almost every day. See them every day. Most of the deputies in this courthouse. But I tell them the same thing. If you're going to charge my client with murder, then you better take some initiative and actually investigate. So the barn. They took photographs of the barn. That's it. That's literally it. And we had pointed out, and I'll switch the slide in a second, just because we were going through, and I'll kind of lay the framework for this. What we did is our staff, who they got here late, and so they did not get a seat, are standing over there, two of them. Now, they had to go through and print out every photograph in color in this case. One folder that is from July 15th has 2,006 photographs. And we had to print, and that's one folder. There's probably almost 3,000 photographs taken in this case in total. So we printed all of those out, and John Luke sat there listening to interviews, flipping through photos. And then I started going through and flipping through photos. And then we started noticing that, Scott living in the barn, and, he's a 30-something-year-old man, probably not going to be very clean. It wasn't too bad, but his living quarters, pretty nasty. Dog feces all on the floor. Not the cleanest. I'm kind of a clean freak, so I pick up on that. But what was curious to me, a 30-something-year-old single man living in his parents' barn, that bathtub and that sink are spotless. And law enforcement took no initiative to say, okay, this is kind of weird. The rest of the house ain't too clean. Why is this absolutely spotless? And also, there's a magic eraser in the bathtub. I mean, at a minimum, go to Blue Stars. What if he was washing off blood? But we don't know because they don't have initiative. Same thing, you'll remember, or you're probably wondering, like, why in the world are they putting these in the photograph? And I don't have it on a slide, but you'll remember downstairs in the barn. I think Mr. Fogus put in some, and I put in some too. There's that drain, and there's a water hose running over to the drain. We actually took close-ups of it. No Blue Star at all in the barn. And they had, they can't use the old, it's expired excuse because they called Monet out there. And I asked Monet, did they ask you to go out and Blue Star the barn? What'd she say? Somebody asked me to. The bullet. This is just more for my own curiosity why I kept asking these questions. And the answers were kind of shocking. We know the bullet on the right. We know who found that. That's the one from in the basement. That's Kuykendall. He found that. But the one found in the rib in the burn pile, of who found it. Dr. Gooding, remember her, she was the actual anthropologist. She said she found it. Now, before she testified, Detective Westbrook testified. If you remember him, kind of the bigger man with the beard that we put in the photographs of Melody's car. He said he found it. Sally Sims, the coroner, who made herself a witness in the case somehow, she said she found it. And then everybody's favorite investigator, Shaw, he claimed he found it. It's just puzzling as to, what is supposedly a critical piece of evidence in this case. And you've got 4 of your own witnesses being the person who claimed to find it. I mean, that is simple. That really the easiest thing you could have done is who saw it first, documented, located bullet, rib, done. But they got 4 people saying that they're the one that found it. Just doesn't make any sense. Like a lot of things in this case. This is the GBI, the ballistics report, saying that it was a 38 bullet as found in the basement. And you'll see the way they differentiate it. 38 bullet basement floor, and then 38 bullet jacket. That's the one from the rib. When it says bullet jacket, that is the one from the rib. And that one is in evidence somewhere. I think it's probably in here. So you can actually have that back. It's in a clear case where you can actually look at it. And you'll also have, and I'll just talk about that while we're here, you'll also have what's called a bullet comparison sheet Mr. Fogus put into evidence with Ms. Bagwell with GBI. And what that shows is you'll see the comparison of the bullets. A lot of it probably won't make sense. But if you look at it, and from her testimony as well, you'll see that basically from the bullet in the rib, she based a lot of her assumptions off it based on the bullet in the basement. So the bullet in the rib is burned up, and I said, how can you tell what kind of bullet it is? And she says, well, I'm making the assumption that since the bullet in the basement is a Hornady brand, according to her testimony, I'm just making the assumption that the bullet in the rib is a Hornady as well. And I would say assumptions isn't reasonable doubt. It certainly isn't beyond reasonable doubt. You'll also see things like the weight of the bullet and stuff like that. They're both very, very different. But y'all will have all that back there to look at. Next, we also learned that 357 Magnum can shoot a 38 special bullet. Pretty well uncontroverted. There's plenty of evidence about it. And you'll also, or when you're looking at this document, you'll see that the GBI, they gave a list of possible firearms from the bullet comparison. And most importantly, she says this list is provided as only an investigative lead and is not intended to be an all-inclusive list. So short answer is, it's a 38 bullet. What kind of gun shot it? We don't know. But it may be some of these or some like these. Now, bullets, these are what Scott had in the barn and in his bedroom. The one on the left is actually from his nightstand. And what kind of bullet are those? Those are 38 special bullets. 38 special, 158 grain, lead round nose. American Eagle. And I also heard Scott talking about, actually he said Chris said he didn't own a handgun, never did. We know that's not true. But he's got this many 38 bullets in his immediate realm, so to speak. That's a lot of 38 bullets for somebody that doesn't have the ability to shoot a 38 bullet. But he did, because we know from his own testimony, he had a 357 Magnum. Now he claims it was stolen, and we'll get into that in just a few minutes. But, so that's a lot of bullets for somebody that ain't got a gun. Now what did he say? Well, somebody bought those over. Who? No idea. When? No idea. I mean, bullets fairly expensive. I'm not going over to somebody's house and leaving my box of bullets. Yet again, just doesn't make sense. Missing 357. And I call this you saw that next slide, the magic gun. We'll get into it, but I want to talk just real quick about Scott's missing 357. So John Luke had introduced these with Scott, and it was Scott Defense 97 through 100. And you heard John Luke questioning him about where was your gun stolen, and all that. He said it was down in Columbus when he lived down there. House got broken into, remember? Guns missing. They called law enforcement. So, all right, we got a stolen gun. Your gun gets stolen. You obviously report it because, I don't want my gun being used in a crime coming back on me years later or days later or whatever. So he claims to have reported it. So we asked the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office, give us all records. I believe it was between a certain year time frame regarding a 357 Magnum, other firearms belonging to Scott Walker Farris that were reported stolen. We are requesting copies of any incident reports 911, and we asked for that to be between the years of 2008 and 2015. And Muskogee County Police Department, from the sheriff himself, Scott 98. In response to your open records request submitted to the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office, please be advised that the Sheriff's Office was not able to find information requesting your details you gave. Therefore, there are no documents that exist. So, Columbus is a big town. Had to call my buddy Cody because he's from Columbus. Actually, I asked him what county it was because I didn't know. So we found that out from him. Then we went to Columbus County Police Department, sent them the same records request, 2008, 2015. Good day. There are no records in our system for Scott Walker Farris. I did check our jail system as well. No records. He sat on that stand and told you, under oath, that his 357 was stolen. So what is more likely? That his 357 was never stolen, or that 2 law enforcement agencies lost the records of a stolen gun and a burglary that he claims to have happened? Now, the magic gun. This, I have been on this case longer than anybody. Longer than I've outlasted every prosecutor. I don't even know what number I'm up to now. I've been on it longer than John. The only person who has been involved in this case longer than me is Hayes and Miss Farris, and then me. And this has infuriated me from the get-go. And I have waited for 6 years to get to stand here to talk about this gun and this absolute nonsense that the sheriff's office took hook, line, and sinker from that man's mouth on July the 5th. The magic gun in the basement. So what did Scott say this gun looked like? That it looked like that. It was chrome. It was a snub nose. He didn't touch it. He didn't take it out. It was in some kind of a holster, but he could see what it was. Remember, he didn't want to pull it out because DirecTV guy's there. And I would also tell you you'll have back the text messages that Gary tells him to come over, the DirecTV guys coming. Now you can read those and use your own common sense and reason. I can't tell from those text messages because Gary actually tells him, come here, I need to show you something. It's like, SSR, whatever it is. And then they talk about DirecTV guy got pushed back to 2. And it almost seems like in those text messages, he's having Scott come over just to help with something that he's actually there. Not Scott's version where he's having to go over there to let the man in. So you'll have it, you'll read it. It's just a little something to think about. So that's what Scott says is that he finds or he goes to look for. Or first he finds, tells no one, and then he goes and looking for it on July 5th. So it's in the basement. Now Martha Jane, she'd stay for the end. What did she say? Looked something similar. She actually said she couldn't tell what color. She didn't know what color it was. Now Jenna, that was out of the blue, got on that stand and said, August 2024, over 6 years later, here comes Jenna into their office and says, guess what? I saw a gun too. And that's what she told the investigators. And they actually made her, and it's in evidence, you'll have it back there with you. If you'll remember, we actually put it in 3 different photographs of guns and said, pick, what gun did you see? Wanting it to be that, to corroborate Scott and his lies. But nope, they can't hold it together to do something like that. She picks a completely different looking gun, wood handle, black, and that's what she said that she saw. And we'll get to the locations here in a minute. Now, Chris, on the other hand, yet again, 6 years later, he hops up on the stand, and guess what? He's seen a gun too, but he didn't see it in Purcell Lane House. He saw it back in Alpharetta. Remember, it was just laying on the kitchen counter, and he never told anybody, and he took it and he put it up on top of the refrigerator. And what did that gun look like? We don't have a photograph of it. It's not in evidence. But he said it was a silver gun with an ivory handle. Ladies and gentlemen, what I would propose to you, what that is 3 people trying to corroborate one. The problem is they just don't have the capability to hold it together because it's a lie. You know what Mark Twain said, that you don't have to remember anything if you just tell the truth. The problem is when you're lying, you've got to remember the details of what you're saying. So Jenna knew to say it was a revolver. She couldn't remember the color, couldn't remember the handle. Chris, same thing. He remembered the color, but he got the handle wrong. He also got the location wrong. He said he saw it They moved to Purcell Lane in 2013. So it had to be before 2013. Chris never told law enforcement in all of his interviews, sitting there talking to Hayes and Kuykendall and Pope, never said anything about this gun. Jenna never said a word in over 6 years about seeing a gun in that basement. Martha Jane, yet again, she's got her own slide. 2019 to 2024, 5 years, 2 law enforcement interviews, nothing. And Scott telling law enforcement within minutes of arriving on July 5th. Remember what Chief Deputy Pinion said? He's literally just walking down the driveway to the house to get things checked on, and here comes Scott. And then he said, he changed the conversation, and he starts talking about a missing gun and affairs and pointing the blame at his mom. Immediately. And you heard it from Amanda too. Amanda gets there, I'm going to check on that gun. You don't even know what's happening. You don't know where Gary is, supposedly. You don't know that might be a gun involved. You don't know anything. Why are you looking for a gun? Also, why are you these kids? Your dad's missing, and let's go through and let's look for his wallet. Let's look for guns. Let's see, where's his credit cards at? You got Emily days later trying to access bank accounts. Pope had to go out and freeze all the bank accounts. Took all Amanda's money, hadn't done anything. Nobody accusing Amanda of anything. But all her money got frozen too. Remember, because I think she said it was about $800, and that's all she had. Now, yet again, when you're operating under a lie, so you got to remember where things are. Scott said in the left-hand photograph, that's where the gun is. That's where he saw it with the DirecTV. Jenna, knowing it was the basement, but can't keep it in the same place, puts it over there in that thing. I don't know what it is. Armoire, whatever. Basically, it's on a whole nother side of the basement. If you remember, you'll have those photographs. The Scott location's up by the sliding glass doors behind the couch. Jenna's location is over essentially behind the bar. 2 different locations. Now, here is my whole point of law enforcement buying this whole magic gun theory from the get-go. Oh, and also, Scott saying it was a snub nose. What does every human being that knows anything about a gun think when you hear snub nose? 38. That's just the first thing that pops in your head. 38 special, all that stuff. That's what people think about. So he was very clear in saying it was a snub nose. He didn't say 38, he said it was a snub nose, and he gave the color of it. But what has hurt me since 2019 is the fact of this. So, who stores their stolen murder weapon in the living room of the victim? So let's see what they're wanting you to believe, because Ms. Frankish talked about, they're going to meet their burden, and I'm going to send you down rabbit holes and get you not thinking clearly about the evidence. This is their evidence, right? Their evidence is Scott located a gun in the basement. That gun is corroborated by Martha Jane saying that her gun was stolen, right? Because they're similar in the slide I just showed you. So they're similar. All right. Now, what intelligent human being, if you're planning to commit a murder, stores your murdering weapon in the living quarters of your victim? That is the most asinine thing I have ever heard. If I'm going to murder someone or shoot someone, I'm going to keep my gun close to me, in my part of the house, in my purse, in my pocket, in my car. I'm not going to store it in my husband, according to them, that she despises, behind the couch that he sits on and watches TV, where Scott claims that he sits and watches TV. What sense does that make? And that's why when you're talking about reasonable doubt, it says in there, in that law, common sense. Because you can't, there's no way that the state can explain that away. What, Melody's just so stupid she didn't know where to put a gun? If that's what you want to believe? That's ridiculous. This whole magic gun, it is the biggest farce I've ever seen. Bot zone. Just briefly, he did the CPAP machine, the Dell computer, all that stuff. CPAP machine, he used an open source, which just means free, program to interpret the data that he extracted from the SD card taken out of the CPAP machine. We had asked him, was that program approved by the CPAP manufacturer? No. Did you do any testing to make sure that the data coming out is correct and you can actually prove it that it's correct, verify it, when it comes out the other end? And he said he didn't do that because he had to essentially just dump all of the information into the program, and that's what it spit out on the other end, all the dates and the usage and all of those things. So remember I asked him, I was like, why don't you just take July the 1st, plug it in, see if the data comes out and matches, then you've got it verified that this program's actually doing what you would expect it to do. And he said, well, I can't do that. I have to do it all at one time. So essentially we have a non-approved or tested open source computer program to translate the raw data from the SD card. So you can't determine the accuracy of the translation. Even Box couldn't say that it's correct, what he was testifying to. He can just say, here's what this program that's not approved says. Also, the trail camera. Scott admitted to deleting the trail cameras on July 5th during the middle of the search for Mr. Farris. You didn't hear any evidence of Scott telling law enforcement in any of his questioning and interviews or anything like that about deleting the trail camera. You just heard that from the stand while he was testifying. But talk about the trail cameras. So that is 12/12/75/2018. That is Scott. He admitted that's him. Amanda also identified him. That is him walking up to the trail camera. Now, what you may be wondering is, how do we know that that's when the photographs were deleted? Well, we know that because there's essentially a way to print out the photograph to where you can get the data, call it metadata, call it whatever you want, of each of the photographs that were on the SD card. The two relevant ones, you see on the top one, Scott walking up, and it says deleted at the bottom, deleted true. That means that it was in fact deleted. So every photo before Scott is deleted. And then he's picked up on trail camera at 12:16, and it says deleted false. He's walking by covering his face. So he essentially deleted it and then got picked up walking by it 4 minutes later. Now, what was his excuse for that? Well, just searching for my father. I think a gun's missing. I'm worried about his safety. Need to check the trail camera, and I just always delete photographs from the trail camera whenever I go and check it. In the middle of searching for your father. State's evidence. All right, state's experts. Dr. Gooding, Pope, and Atkins. Gooding was the anthropologist, Pope was the fire lady, and Atkinson was medical examiner. So Gooding, remember I told you this would come back up. Best we can tell, or the best she could tell, is that bullet found in the rib is somewhere around those black arrows. And remember she said, and this is important, I think, their own evidence is saying that bullet is front to back, right? Front to back. So, first off, the body got to the crime lab July 7th. Claims of projectiles on the inside of the rib. So, remember as Dr. Arden explained to you, bullet's going. Their expert says that bullet is front to back. That is her expert opinion. Fine. Dr. Arden said we accept that as fact. If that is a fact, that bullet is here. It is lodged in the soft tissue in between two ribs and did not enter the body cavity. Therefore, that bullet could not cause his death. Claims trajectory is front to back. Dr. Gooding didn't know if the projectile lodged in soft tissue is from the front or the back, but says it's a sternal rib end. And so that's when I asked Dr. Arden about what is sternal rib end, and that is the ribs that are connected to the sternum coming off at the end of the rib. In the front, remember, if you remember from his testimony, I was able to show him with the little hand on the PDF. Yet again, Gooding couldn't tell, and none of them could tell me about any vital organs. And what Dr. Arden said is you can't say it hit any vital organs, and that bullet, if it went front to back and it's right here, it didn't go into his body. Also, most importantly, Dr. Gooding found no damage to any bones by projectile or otherwise. So there is no evidence, according to the bone, really, or the soft tissue, there's no evidence of saw marks, cut marks, knife marks, no evidence to the rib where the bullet is found, lodged in between the two of them. It had not been damaged. And there's no other damage to any other bone other than thermal damage caused by the heat of the fire. So looking at it from the state's case, they want to say that Gary Farris was shot 2 or more times. Right? If that is the case, he shot 2 or more times and not a single bone in his body that they can find was damaged. Now this is Dr. Pope. That's just a little snippet of her report because I just wanted to read basically her findings to you. She said that that's easier if I just read it. The fire that burned this victim's body is consistent with a single burn event where the fire was set and left to burn as a slow rendering fire. And then for some reason it says in parentheses hours. That remained undisturbed until discovered as a crime scene on July the 5th. The duration of the fire was less than 24 hours old. You'll remember from her testimony, she made that assumption based upon how hot the fire was when law enforcement arrived on July 5th, somewhere around 1 o'clock or so, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, whatever that is. Now, the important thing is that 24 hours. I also wanted to point out, so it's post-testimony that Gary's remains are in that state of cremation, being on the burn pile 24 hours or less. Okay. You remember from those interviews you were hearing where Kuykendall and Hayes are talking to Melody saying that we've seen people come out of house fires. We've seen people die in collapsed house fires, and they don't look that bad. They're not burned up like that. According to the sheriff's office, they don't even believe their own expert. Because she said it happened in less than 24 hours. And not a house fire, an open pit just laying there burning. And also, no accelerants, no gas, no alcohol, no nothing. Now, the reason that 24 hours I've always thought was curious. So, if the fire was 24 hours old, 24 hours old when they arrived on July 5th, 1, 2 o'clock, that means that the fire had to be set less than 24 hours or less before. So that'd been 1 or 2 o'clock on July 4th. Common math. Actually went over that with Pope, and she agreed. Because I think, actually I do remember, I was crossing here and it was 1:09, if you'll recall. I was like, it is 1:09 p.m. right now, 24 hours ago. It was the day before at 1:09 p.m. and she said yes. So 1 or 2 o'clock, law enforcement's there. Fire's less than 24 hours old. Well, at 1:54, Melody is an hour away on the 4th of July, verified at Lake Lanier. So we know that about an hour or more on a major holiday to Lake Lanier. Amanda said traffic was horrible. Getting in was horrible. Also know Melody went to Target, had to go buy the chair. We don't know exactly when she left, but through the state's expert, it seems like less than 24 hours, unless you just want to say, well, less than 24, maybe it was 10, maybe it was 5, whatever. Use your common sense there. But if you put it around the time of 24 hours when that fire was started, according to their expert, Melody's in Lake Lanier. She wasn't even on the property. And that is verified by that receipt. That is verified by Amanda. That is verified by Cameron as well. That Melody wasn't at Purcell, that she was at Lake Lanier. Now, Dr. Atkinson's report, you'll see, this is basically the summary of the findings that Dr. Arden was referring to. I probably should have put it up when I had it. But it says basically you can't find entrance wound and unable to assess direction of a wound path. And like Dr. Arden said, a wound path is a bullet going through bone and muscle and tissue and subcutaneous fat, being able to track the path. Now, Atkinson was the whole copy and paste thing. I'll get to that in just a second. But he couldn't say what organs were damaged again. Remember, I asked him, did he die of blood loss? Did he, was his heart hit, lungs, liver, all of that? He says he don't know. They want to blame everything on the fire. Dr. Atkinson couldn't say to a medical certainty that Mr. Farris was alive when he was shot. He did not want to answer that question. And if you recall from his testimony, he started giving this big long spiel about how I was like, no, you answer my question. Can you say to a medical certainty he was alive when that bullet entered his body? And he said no. And that corroborates what Dr. Arden is saying. Dr. Arden, complete honesty, was like, I'm not saying that you can't say that this is a homicide, but I'm just saying being academically honest with, I think his word, is I can't say that it is or is not. And when you've got is or is not, then you've got undetermined. And when you can't tell me to a medical certainty a man is alive when a bullet entered his body, then how can you say honestly to a medical certainty that a bullet killed him? And you can't. Dr. Atkinson couldn't say what rib the projectile was lodged in. He actually knew less about the rib and the bone than Gooding did. And the reason why is because he just copied, and he admitted to it, he copied Gooding's findings directly from cut and paste, directly from his report, her report, into his report. He never went out to that scene. He's putting things in this man's autopsy, talking about it was found on a burn pile, and here's what we did, and all of these things, saying that these things are factually true. But he didn't go there. He didn't do any of those things. He's basically taken somebody else's work, hadn't proven that he's actually, verified it other than just who she is, and just said, this is true and correct. I'm going to say it's a homicide. Dr. Hard, I've talked about it so much. Remember, he just said, look, I think actually what he said was, I'm not going to say it's crazy, to say that y'all have listed this as a homicide. I'm just saying, y'all haven't showed me, excuse me, y'all haven't showed me, and he had everything, all the, he went over all the reports and everything. Y'all haven't showed me to where I can agree with you to a medical certainty. He's like, I'm not going out there. I'm not putting myself out on that limb. Dr. Atkinson, he wants to put himself out there on that limb, be my guest. But Dr. Arden was not willing to do that. And you heard, I think you said, 3,000 autopsies that he had performed, been a medical examiner for 40 years, still practicing, got his own consulting business, all of these things. He's got all the credentials, in the world. And he's saying, no, I'm not going to go out on that limb based on these facts. And that in and of itself is reasonable doubt. Other witnesses. Ms. Frank just wanted to talk a lot about Addison and the text message to Melody, because that means that on July 3rd, Melody was planning on killing Gary. There's absolutely zero evidence of that. There's no text message, phone call, search histories, where there was any planning or preparation on July the 3rd. In fact, you'll recall Addison and Chris come out to the house. They come out to the house on the 3rd. She had just landed. Addison actually says they left, and then sometime later she texted Melody. And Melody didn't say, no, you can't spend the night. She said, how about tomorrow? And in fact, she did spend the night the next day with Cameron. But also with Addison, and the whole reason I called Cameron, y'all are probably like, this kid don't know nothing. But she did prove one thing. Addison, who is Chris's daughter, who was interviewed a year later, who testified that she's only hadn't had any contact with Melody, but had contact with Chris essentially through her mother, because that's how she had learned about the death and all of those things. But she made it seem like when they got out to Melody's house that Melody was not wanting them to go outside, didn't let them go outside, making them go get a bath way too early. You saw the text messages. It's 8:30 when she tells them to take a bath. They sneak out of the house, go get in the hot tub. Now, what's important, what Cameron actually establishes is Melody wasn't acting weird. Melody wasn't restricting them to go outside. That they went up to the barn. They went and looked at the horses. They went and saw the animals. They looked for Gary, and both of them confirmed they were down in that basement, and they didn't see any blood or any bullet. Nobody did. Nobody did on the 4th or the 5th. Anybody that was in and out of that house. Oddly enough, the last person, best you can tell, is the last person to come out of that basement is Scott. before law enforcement gets there, looking for his magic gun that nobody's ever found and that nobody's seen. He's the last person to come out of that basement. And then the bullet is found. Chief Deputy Pinion, we've already talked about him. Him and, Scott, he's just trying to see what's going on, and he's got Scott in minutes throwing Melody under the bus. John Lambert, that was really just to show the weird dichotomy, because Scott and Chris and Emily wanted to get on the stand, or did get on the stand, and basically say, "Oh, Daddy dearest, I loved him so much. I miss him. I can't believe this." While at the same time, you got Chris robbing him blind, him actually saying he was stealing, him admitting that he had used his bank accounts because he had the account numbers and all that, which is illegal, and he was doing it without Gary's permission. Gary actually texted him and said, "Your stealing has got to stop." Scott texted Melody saying, "Is he gone?" wanting to know if Gary was gone so he didn't have to do anything anymore. Those aren't the text messages of somebody who, you truly loves this man. No, that was just their bank. And he was getting ready to cut them off. So Lambert, that weird interaction, he said, it wasn't fisticuffs like Mr. Focus likes to say. It didn't rise to that level, but he said it was just weird. And then Scott making the statement, "Can't wait till you're gone so I can get this," or something to that effect. That's weird. That's not the statement of somebody if you love your father. Dave Thomas, yet again, showing Scott's aggression, with a whole. Miss Frankish, she got up here in her opening and was saying, well, Scott's dad was dead and he had a right to be upset. And then she said, his trailer. That ain't his trailer. That's not his property. That is Melody and Gary's. He wants it to be his, but it's not. Just like they want the money, they wanted the house, but it's gone. They wanted everything. They acted like it was theirs, but it wasn't. And Miss Frankish bought right into it, came up here and told y'all exactly that. He's upset his dad died. He's got strangers using his trailer. It ain't his. The owner of the trailer was standing next to it with Dave Thomas when he comes up acting like a nut, then chases him halfway over to Forsyth. Martha Jane. She's known about this case since July the 5th, 2018. July the 5th, 2018. In the middle of this trial, she called law enforcement and said that, "I have to tell y'all something. Melody stole a gun from me in 2019, and it was a .38. And when did she say that? After, and you'll have this back there with you, after she admitted to it, after you watch this man on YouTube commenting over Rusty's testimony. And the title of this video, "Did I Just Crack the Case?" Because that man said, and I asked her, that's where the gun came from. The next day, she is on the phone with Captain Hands telling the story about how Melody stole her .38. There is no evidence that she ever owned a .38. They got some .38 bullets. But also, just to show you, those are Winchester, not .1 The .357 that her husband owned was still there, and it also shoots .38. So it makes sense that you could also have .38. But there's no receipt. There's not a photograph of this gun. There's her words 6 years later saying that she's got a gun. Now, she sat on the stand and said, "Well, law enforcement never asked me about no guns." Yet again, July the 5th or the 6th, she knew Gary had been shot. And you don't think that might be relevant then? It only becomes relevant when a little man with a YouTube channel tells you that it's relevant. And she admitted to that. She also admitted that she was embarrassed. She was furious at this affair that she found out about, essentially on live television. Now everybody in Tullahoma knows it. She said she got to hang her head whenever she goes. Rusty destroyed the Barton name. And I also asked her, "You believe that a mother should always protect her children?" She said, "I do." And I said, "When you saw John Luke and I crossing those witnesses, you were furious." And that's when Mr. Fogus started his objections about let her finish her answer. Let her answer. She's 85 years old. She might be 84 years old. She might be 84 years old, but she came up with this lie because of YouTube. and this trial being on television. That's the only way that she came up with this. She wants to talk about, Ms. Francis wants to talk about her picture is in the dictionary next to the word credibility. She has no credibility. She watched this whole trial. She knows everything. She knew to even say what color the gun was because she can go back and watch Scott's testimony. What does she do? Yet again, can't get the color right. She got the holster kind of right. You can't get the whole thing because you got to remember stuff when you're telling lies, and it's hard. And I'm sorry, when you want to show up in the middle of a murder trial, 6 years later, 5 years after you discovered a gun being gone, and your excuse is nobody asked me, and it doesn't become important until 2-3 weeks in, that's the definition of no credibility. And especially when you can't even prove to me that you owned a gun. And, you know, she's got an excuse for that too. Didn't like guns, she moved it all over the house, blah, blah, blah. Show me something. They got nothing. I'll go on for more, but I gotta hurry. How long have I gone?
Yeah.
Okay. Real quick, motive means opportunity. Motive, they want to say it's money. All right. Melody had access to money. She's seen the house. She could buy whatever she wanted. Here's where they messed up, though. It was with the financial accounts. You'll look at those. You should have them back there with you. Gary had actually added Melody back on as a life insurance beneficiary in 2012. That's around the whole Ted Wiley fiasco and her leaving Alabama and all that. Got in the back. Here's where they messed up. They did not prove that Melody knew anything about the existence of life insurance. There's not a single witness who has said Melody knew about the life insurance policy, that Melody knew that she was a beneficiary. In fact, you heard from their own witness, Martha Jane. She said Melody didn't know anything about their finances. She didn't know where the money was. She knew that she had a debit card and that she could use it, and a credit card and that she could use it, and that Gary tracked her. But she didn't know anything about other than that. She didn't know anything about the life insurance. She didn't know anything about the 401k. She didn't know about the partnership stuff, though, because she called and asked about it. But that's it. They want to say that money is the motive, then you might want to establish some evidence that the person who's wanting the money even knows the money exists. The only thing that Melody knows about money existing in this trial that is a proven fact is a receipt in her car with $11,000 in the bank account. So with that, I'm going to just go ahead in there so John Luke can do his part, but that's the confirmation bias. And that's what it looks like. You remember I talked to you about that in opening. Confirmation bias. They got their beliefs and they leave all these facts. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you to find Melody Farris not guilty of all these charges. Mr. Weavers, after a break, we'll be talking to you next.
All right, let's take charge straight 5 to 10 minutes.
Whoa. Right. Oh, hang on. I'll keep track of it. Don't worry. Oh, my days. I've lost track of time. If I could turn back time, I'm not sure what I would do. Oh, hang on. Let me put court back on. You can see it. Look how many people are there. There's a ton of people. Well, they certainly went after Scott. I don't blame them. There's a ton of stuff pointing towards Scott. Unfortunately, I think there's reasonable doubt all over this. There's reasonable doubt all over this trial. It's just unfortunate that juries don't normally think like that. It's normally a case of they think of it like, well, she's the one on trial, so she must be guilty. So I would not be surprised if this is a good. Well, I mean, I give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't know what they're going to be like, but I don't think you can say she's guilty, in my opinion, only because there's just as much evidence going against Scott as there is against her if you go that way. Yeah. Defense is still going. Defense still going. Just the other attorney's going now, I believe. Don't think the prosecution presented their case well. Yeah, I don't think they have much of a case. That's the problem. Do you know what I mean? That is the problem. If I could turn back time, if I could. Da, da, da. Hey Mary, how are you, my darling? The calling between Rusty and her are telling. They're very telling, very telling. I'm not denying that, but I don't think I could send someone to prison for the rest of their life based on those. I still got loads of questions. How did she do this? No one could tell me how they did it. No blood, no like drug marks, no nothing on the machine. How the hell did she get him into the pit? There's nothing that they've not told us anything. So I got so much doubt, so much. The fact that they didn't even test. The fact that they would test the bathroom of Scott. That's very telling. When he was so pristine, and the rest of his house was so dirty. So. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Lucky Lou is here. Hello, Lucky Lou. So we believe Martha when she says Melody don't know how much money they have, but we shouldn't believe her when she says Melody stole a gun. I don't think she knows that Melody stole a gun. Um, I don't think she, because if I remember correctly, she went on the stand and she's just guessing that so Melody knew where the gun was allegedly, and all that, but she doesn't actually know that she stole it. She can guess, but she doesn't know that. I I don't. There's a chance she may have. There's a chance she may have. I don't know, but I don't think anyone knows for a fact. Just the fact that she knew where the gun was allegedly. But the only way you can confirm that is if she was taking a stand. So I don't think she was lying as such. I don't think Martha was lying. I don't agree with him with saying that Martha was lying. I think that Martha, rightly so, could have thought that there's a chance that Melody did steal a gun, but there's no definitive yes she did. So. Well, hey, Daffodil totally agrees. That's a first. If the mum was found not guilty, can they go after Scott for the crime? They can, but it's going to be very hard for them because they've just tried the mother and gone, fuck, we lost that one, right? They would need more evidence. They wouldn't try Scott. They would need more evidence because they have, got all the evidence and decided to go after her. So they wouldn't go after Scott because they would have done it. I actually think what Mary said about the phone calls is the reason I think they went after her, not Scott. Because I think there's more evidence against Scott otherwise. Raoul says, Kubota, 2 tarps, 3 ratchet straps. I don't know, man. I don't know. I wouldn't. Yeah. I don't know. Katie, what? Do you see? Oh, there's a plea deal, yes. The pumpkin picture. Do you like it? Miss H Gold? 3 cuties, me, Dennis, and Dana. I think we look quite cute. I think we look quite cute there. And our pubes there, the green pubes, bushes. Dennis said he only needs a small leaf, he said. Oh, there's loads of comments. I love it. I love it. Oh, if I could turn back time, if I could fly away. That is an option as well, Donna. If he was stood by the burn pile, that would have explained why there was nothing else anywhere else. But they were still saying it could have happened in the house, blood. It's just a mess. I think the whole thing was a mess. I don't think it was well thought out. Very cute pumpkin patch kids. There you go. I like being called cute. There you go. Thank you very much. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Who moved the kabuto out of his parking space? No idea. I don't think they proved that it was her. I don't think they proved that who it was. I have no idea. I mean, they're all saying it was her, but I mean, yeah, that's very convenient for everyone to say it was her. It could have well have been Scott, knowing full well, we always park it up and everyone knows we park it up. So if I park it here, then they might think it's Melody. Best looking pumpkins in the field. Thank you, my darling. Thank you very much. My hubby told me the other day that he is so happy I have a morning club that I love. He said, I'm sorry you had to miss Friday, lol. He's the sweetest. There you go. That's nice of him, Les. That's nice of him. Yeah, we're glad you're here, Les. I'm glad you're all here. Da-da-ba-ba-ba. Well, most of you anyway. These some lady leaves in the sky, Dylan. Well, to be fair, Dana made this, not me, Les. So, yes. Fuck, I muted myself. Put on your list, Dana. They want turkeys next. Basically, Lady Di wants to give us a good stuffing. I know what Lady Di is about. Lady Di, you dirty mofo. Scott looks suspicious for deleting the camera. This, to me, is probably the most important aspect. That you deleted the footage. Why would you delete the footage? You know that they would want to watch the footage. To me, that points up more guilty than anything else. Like, I think anyone with an ounce or a little bit of common sense would know, right, let's not delete the footage because there might be something here to show them, or the police will want to see them. Thanks. Thank you. Didn't know that. Very nice work. Yeah, Dana's very creative. Very creative. Dana's a speedo and pumpkin man. Laurie, white cover his face walking by. True. He already has 3 turkeys ready for the stuffing. Right. Les, my phone just said the same about Charlie's amazing group of people. Thank you very much. Lol. Did Scott have a solid alibi? No, not really. I mean, it depends when when he was killed. Depends when he was killed. Do you know what I mean? So I wouldn't say you got a solid alibi. Did have an alibi to a certain extent, but depends when it all went down. When it all went down. That's more sus than anything for me. Because yeah, fair enough, you check it, but you would leave it for the police. If anything, you'd save it to be like, right, I'll save this for you now, just so you can see it. Had the potty mouth, had the potty mouth. How you doing, potty mouth? Oh, had the potty mouth. We haven't seen you for a while. How are you doing? Heather Taylor. Heather Taylor. Heather Taylor. I've not seen you for ages, Potty Mouth. Or feels like it. Or the chat has been very, clean, shall we say, the past few weeks. Look at that Dennis. Oh, here they come. Talk about potty mouth. Oh, Heather Taylor, she's back in chat. Everybody beware, her lingo is dirty. Dirty Heather Taylor, potty mouth, aka potty mouth. Dooch, 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 doo, 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 doo. Do, 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 do. You can shake it up. Shake those tatas, Heather Taylor. Oh, he spilled coffee all over himself. Shake those tatas, Heather. Heather Taylor, Heather. Heather Taylor, shake, shake. Shake those tatas, shake, shake. Shake those tatas, shake, shake. Did you see yesterday? The judge cried yesterday. He did cry yesterday. Is it his coffee? Hey, he heard you. That's like Heather. Heather spits as well. We know. Judge needs a better coffee cup. Esmeralda, we agree. We agree with you. There we go. Here we go.
Mr. Weaver, go ahead.
Frankish, Mr. Fogus. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're already halfway through a long day, and I'm going to try to be as quick as I can. You've heard my partner, Mr. Ray, speak about a lot of facts in this case, but I want to speak to you now about the gravity of the situation. What we're here and what we're asking you to do and why we're asking you to do it. You are a jury, and you're well aware of that. And I think Michael mentioned my books, and this is a book I got on my first day of law school. It's the Constitution of the United States of America. And there's an amendment, the Sixth Amendment to the Constitution, and it's been in place since 1789. And it is the Sixth Amendment. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial. I think we've given them a public trial. By an impartial jury of the state and district where the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and the cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, back then it would have been him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. That's it. That is the bedrock of what we're doing. And it has been here for a very, very long time. I told you back in jury selection that I was only looking for my client 12 fair, impartial jurors honestly seeking the truth. And you all swore that that was you. And you have sat here very diligently, and you have paid attention and taken notes. And we've all noticed the effort and time that you've put into this. You have put in weeks of your life. You have missed time from your families, your jobs, to be here for this very, very heavy, important moment. And I also told you you had another job. And I don't have my PowerPoints. I go with literally what you guys are going to have to work with. This is the charge that the judge is going to read to you once Ms. Frankish is finished speaking in this case. And your one job was to hold the state, and that's my job too, is to hold the state to their burden of proof. What is it? I'm just very clearly and succinctly going to read it to you, and then we'll talk about it. And I'm going to talk about some other elements of doubt that I think we should discuss, and I'm going to sit down, and the defense in this case will be over, and we're going to leave this to you, the jury, who is the most important group of people here. And I want to know, and I want to know this. I've been meaning to tell you this for weeks, and I can't tell you this. My client, you may notice that she does everybody else in the courtroom. They rise for you. They rise for the jury. We don't. Here's why. You are a jury of her peers. You're her peers. We're on the equal footing. The judge sits above us all as he represents the law, and we are all under the law. So when the judge walks in, the bailiff says, all rise, we rise for the judge as the representative of the law that we must live under. But our framers, who wrote this Constitution, and then, I had to go dig this up. We don't actually use these books much at the office, I'll admit that. The Constitution of the state of Georgia, which was actually adopted in 1983, so it's a much newer document. And it embodies the same principles in our modern time. Now, some may say 1983 was quite a long time ago, but not to me. It embodies it in our real time, in our real life to this day, because our framers knew the government is, in fact, that's why we're here. That's why we're not part of Great Britain anymore. And almost every, even the modern democracies of Western Europe kind of think we're nuts. They think we're crazy because we have 12 people who have no association with the government. And to come in here and decide the facts of a criminal matter, to check the government for that very reason. We left over there because we knew that the government should always be checked, not just trusted implicitly with power. So I just wanted to explain to you, my client is not being disrespectful. I told her to do that because I so believe that we are equals. We are peers. The burden of proof. The defendant, and still is, by the way, presumed innocent. This case is not over. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. The defendant enters upon the trial of this case with the presumption of innocence in his or her favor. The presumption remains with the defendant until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense charged, or offenses in this case. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of each crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You're going to get this document. This is the indictment. These are the charges. They have to, every page of this indictment, count 1, count 2, count 3, count 5. Every element, every word has to be proven in each count beyond a reasonable doubt. It can't just be maybe. I'm going to slow down. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless or until each element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no burden of proof upon the defendant whatsoever, and the burden never shifts to the defendant to introduce evidence or to prove innocence. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. So here it is. A reasonable doubt is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon common sense and reason, It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but it's a doubt for which a reason can be given arising from the consideration of the evidence, a lack of evidence, or a conflict of the evidence. After giving consideration to all the facts and circumstances of this case, if your minds are wavering, unsettled, unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law. And you must acquit the defendant. It says the word must. But if that doubt does not exist, if your minds as to the guilt of the accused, then you would be authorized to convict the defendant. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it is your duty to acquit the defendant. You will be given this. You'll be given a verdict form with 5 counts. Count 1, malice murder. Count 2, felony murder. Count 3, aggravated assault. Count 4, concealing the death of another. And count 5, making a false statement. It is, in fact, a heavy burden. But I contend to you that the state has not come close. Mr. Ray is far more eloquent than me. Mr. Ray is far more intelligent than me, and his brain works in a way I truly am fortunate to have such a good partner. But he found that diagram years ago of the stairs. I'll come down here and I use the bar. I say, a scintilla of evidence is down here. Probable cause or preponderance of the evidence is somewhere towards the middle of the bar. Clear and convincing evidence, which is not the standard in this case, is a little further up here. And then beyond a reasonable doubt is almost all the way here at the end of the bar. It's not all the way. I'm not saying it is. But I think this case that we have set and listened to, and I think the time was taken as needed to get through the case. For you to see every bit and every element of this case. But here's what I think you have clearly seen. And this is the first doubt that I propose to you. That the district attorney's office and the sheriff's office and all law enforcement involved in this case, from day one, from the early minutes of the 911 call, which let's think who made the 911 call. It was that man right there. He was in control from the very first minute of this case, Scott Farris. Scott Farris was always in control. And the fact that he had to immediately control the case, to me, shows doubt. And I do believe it is a heavy doubt. When you look at everyone involved, every witness that you've heard testify, and that's another thing you need to know. You need to know that's your job, and you'll be charged on this as well. As a witness, you are to determine the credibility of the witness. Now, I'm going to read the charge. There's not a lot to this charge, and there's a reason why. The jury must determine the credibility of the witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all of the facts and circumstances of the case, including the witness's manner of testifying, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. What does that mean? Here's what that means. Here's what I propose to you. From the day we're born, in the early years of our life, we begin to get a feeling when we hear people talk. Because the words coming out of our mouth sometimes aren't true. For example, if I were to have a bag, and say I told you that this bag was full, instead of shoes, it was full of $1 million. Well, I'm going to take this half of this $1 million and give you guys the other half, and we're just going to leave. But here's what you know immediately. You know that if I had $1 million in this bag, I wouldn't be standing here talking to y'all. You know that. You have that feeling in your gut. Because you know, you've sat here and watched this case, it's a bag full of shoes. It's a bag full of shoes that has no important evidence on it whatsoever, other than the fact that I think Melanie Farris cut her finger at some point and got blood on her shoes and her shirt. I think they've established that. And I think, and Mr. Ray did a very eloquent job, and I can go on, and I'm not going to, because this case has got to come to an end. But when you think about law enforcement in this case, and their response immediately, let's go back to July the 5th. Let's go back to the time that Scott Farris, who's sitting right there, goes up to Detective Kuykendall, who's sitting right there, and he gets in his car for an hour and begins to tell him the story of the missing gun and his mother's affairs. And in opening statements, Mr. Fogus talked about circles. Circles getting big, smaller, smaller, smaller. And I think circles will be talked about too when we talk about Miss Harris. But those circles were controlled by one man. And that's Scott Farris. The investigation of this case became one-sided in that first afternoon. And I would contend to you everything that happened, and it's unfortunate for us in Cherokee County, for the jury, for Ms. Farris especially, that it was stuck that way. There was never any true regard or respect for the evidence that should have been gathered in this case. You saw it. You had 1, 2, 3. 3 locations on this massive property. You've been there, you've seen it, that were not checked. All of the countless problems that Mr. Ray unfortunately had to kind of wrap it up because we have time limitations on how we've been up here for weeks. We can't continue on. That's your job. You as a jury are allowed to go back to deliberate, and you get to go through every bit of this. And there's going to be some of you that believe this, and there's going to be some of you that believe that. And the judge will tell you that you are allowed to hold on to those beliefs and stand up for those beliefs. It is that standard that gives you the true check on our government. You are the democracy. You are it. We're having an election in a week. Nobody's got to go vote. There is no draft anymore. Some people don't have to pay taxes. But the one thing you got to do, and y'all know it better than anybody, is when you are compelled into jury service, you have to come. We literally saw an individual brought in here during this trial who tried to get out of jury duty. You've seen it. This is the last duty we have because it's that important. You can take any fact that we may have talked about or even things we didn't talk about, and you argue about it back there. I'm not saying screaming and yelling, but if you got a belief, you stay with it. And you listen to other jurors, and you make sure they listen to you. It's truly that important. But I would contend to you that the fact that Thrasher, who came out to the crime scene, and I believe she testified something to the fact that this was essentially the first crime scene she'd ever been on. And she totally and completely failed in intaking the crime scene in the house. And that complete failure of that investigation alone, I think that's a doubt. I think going further into that day, and the fact that this investigation was completely veered in one direction, and that's to Melody Walker Farris. So much was left, and that's part of what you've seen in this case. We've been attempting to investigate this case because we ultimately feel that it wasn't. We believe that the complete ignoring of the barn is absolutely, it's just despicable, for lack of a better word. And because they never even looked over there, they never even used Blue Star or luminol or intook any of those things, even though there were some clear signs that they maybe should have. Gary Farris's card was over there. Scott Farris's bathtub was perfectly clean. They're there. I mean, Michael Ray told you. He told you. We had all those boxes that sit back there, and y'all, I'm very analog. That's the way I am. So we had all these pictures, and I'm going through all these pictures for months and months and listening to all these interviews, and you guys have gone through most of those things. And sure, I got real frustrated one day. Michael's told the story, but I'm going to tell the story to you too. I think you need to know. So after going through this for weeks, preparing for this trial, hours on hours on hours, count hundreds and hundreds of hours preparing for this case, I finally threw up my hands. My paralegal will tell you. Sometimes I throw up my hands and I'm out. Michael says, "Where's John Luke?" I don't know. So I have to go pick up my family's prescriptions at our local drugstore. I go over to the drugstore. And there is this little, she's young. I think she's 17 years old. She loves to read. But I walk in and they're redecorating the drugstore. This is a drugstore that's been owned by one family in our hometown for about 70 years, Jasper Drugstore. So I go in there, get my prescriptions, and she's like, "John, what's wrong?" So I tell her, oh my goodness. And she looks at me. 17 years old, redheaded too, unrelated. 17 years old, she looks at me and she says, "Mr. Weaver, sometimes the greatest questions, they go unanswered." I mean, literally. Ton of bricks. The second she said that to me, it finally cleared it up. Because I've been running around trying to solve this case for 4.5 years. That's how long I've been on it. Mr. Ray was on it longer than me. But because it is not answered, that's a doubt in itself. I want to talk about a lot of the evidence that has been shown about phone calls and sexual relationships with Rusty Barton and the grotesque amount of time that was spent by the district attorney's office proving a point that was proven very quickly. And that's that my client had extramarital affairs. But also evidence was shown that so did Gary. And they were in an open relationship. They lived on separate parts of the house. And I thought Amanda was a truly fascinating witness. And it's kind of sad that we had to call her. I think she's the only child that is impartial. She literally just looked at you guys and said, "This is y'all job. I believe in my mama unless or until she's proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt." And I think Amanda is such a credible witness because she also testified she was with her mama the day of the 4th. Nothing was out of place. And sure, they were texting and they were calling. And you see all this back and forth bickering all the time between them. And that's the Ferris wheel. The moniker that has come to be in this case. And I know we are all sitting on top of the Ferris wheel, and we just can't wait for that ride to let us all off. That's y'all's job. And we're going to get there. But all of the drama and all of the infighting between the siblings and the affairs and the relationships that have gone on. I mean, the affair started in the mid-2000s. You got Angela Phillips back in the 90s, who may or may not remember if she had sexual intercourse with Gary. All of that insanity. That's their life. But it's not motive for murder. And that is what they have put and leaned so much of y'all's time into, because they don't want you looking at this. They don't want you looking at what they didn't do to get to their burden. But let's go back to those phone calls the night before. Let's go back to the timeline. There's something that is absolutely bizarre to me. We did not find out until, I think it was last Friday, when Commander Harris testified. Gary Farris went to dinner, we think, by himself the night he was murdered. We don't know. We'll never know. He was at least alive until 9:30 something. When we see the dot moving, if the science is true. But sure enough, he went to dinner. They never thought to go get a video of that. Let's go up there, interview somebody. Maybe he was with somebody at dinner. We'll never know. And I'm not saying that breaks open the case. But I continue, that huge glaring hole in the timeline right there, I'd say that's a doubt. Scott had been out at the lake all day. Golfing, laking. And there was a lot of testimony heard about that and the life and the dynamic that he had on the farm. He referred to the farm as his. He referred to the farm as his property. It was his possession. I mean, his sister even called it kind of comical. But you saw, and you'll get to go back through any of those you want to go back through and see the communications between Scott and his father. What really was happening was that Scott was a grown man who had every second. So whatever they're saying about Melody has to at least apply to Scott. He was completely controlled by his father financially. Bring me back that credit card. Where's my credit card? It better be in my wallet when I get back. Over and over and over. It's in the messages. You've seen it. You can go see it again. So that financial motive alone and that control, wanting something that's not his, I think that's a doubt. The timeline of the phone calls. You will have seen from Commander Harris something regarding activity in phone calls. But I think that you guys have enough common sense to know, and this is just some things we saw, that other days and other times you went back and extrapolated out over a year, sometime back in 2017, and we clearly saw that there was more activity the night before a baby shower in Nashville than would be alleged for Melody to have shot killed, moved, and burned Gary Farris. This is no easy task. That's a doubt. All of the weapons that could have been used in this case, all of the bullets, the means, the ability, they start talking about those circles. They start zooming in on one person. And it's not Melody Farris. It's Scott Farris. He's sitting here today. All of it. But I think it starts to become clear why I'm doing this. Why am I dropping these bags? These bags are 40 pounds apiece. I've got a few more bags to go. But I want you to know that it starts to become very impossible when you add this up, that someone who weighs 120 pounds can move this. That is a doubt in its own right. But there was a person on the property who could. And that's Scott Farris. He's sitting there today. Adrian, if you could come assist me. Both of them, please. No. If you could hold this over, please. This is 320 pounds. I am 185 pounds. And that's all I have. I think it is the heaviest doubt of all that they have provided you with no means, plan that this could have ever happened by Melody. They have established there was tractors on the property and RTVs, but as my client, or as my partner very clearly laid out to you, I'm sorry. As my partner very clearly laid out to you, they didn't do their job. They've provided no way that you could have done this. They didn't check the boxes. They didn't fill any holes of doubt. The state of Georgia has put my client under grave suspicion. That is exactly what they have done. They have put on her grave suspicion, the most grave suspicion of all, and that is murder. But the doubt, I contend to you, absolutely exists. I'm sorry I had to do this demonstration, but they didn't. They didn't show you what 300 pounds truly feels like. I'm not saying I'm the strongest person in the world, but that is as heavy as a thing as a person can move. And I'm almost a 200-pound man. No explanation has been given. And I keep bringing this back because the grave suspicion that they put on her, these affairs, calling Rusty, all of these things. And I want to note about Rusty as well. Let's note a few things. And I know you've listened to it and you saw it. Pope, he threatened to arrest him. He threatened his own warrants against him, the death penalty. Bugged my client for over a year. No confessions. Her own daughter has lived with her for years and years and years. No confessions. Now I want you to know this too, and it's a charge that the judge will give you. My client does not have to testify. She didn't. She chose not to testify. And we talked about this in jury selection, that you wouldn't hold it against her, but the law is clear. The defendant in a criminal case may take the stand and testify and be examined and cross-examined as any other witness. However, the defendant does not have to present any evidence nor testify. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you may not consider that in any way in making your decision. Because again, the burden never shifts to us in the defense. I feel like there's been so much time that we felt like we're trying. I'm trying to get you to see the side of the story that was never investigated. I feel like we've been able to do that, but we didn't have to do that. This decision, in this case, is everything for Melody. Melody has had to live under this grave suspicion for 6 years. But now is the time that 12 fair and impartial jurors, a jury of her peers, can finally give us answers. I'm not saying that you guys can ever answer what happened that night. The greatest questions, I do believe, they really do go unanswered. And in this case, it may be some of you as it was me that day. Very frustrating. You want to figure out what happened. But it's okay to know that you can't. And I contend to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that because you can't explain what happened that night, they have not proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I ask you to please hold to your oath and find my client, Melody Walker Farris, not guilty. Thank you for your time.
All right, we're going to break for about 30 minutes. We may go, I haven't gotten word that food is here yet, but I directed them to have it here at 12:15. And so I may be closest to being on time that I have been for the last 4 weeks. So anyway, when food gets here, we're going to give you all a break. I'd like to be up and running in 30 minutes. If y'all still need some more time, y'all just let the bailiffs know, but we'll be up and running at least by 1 o'clock. All right, everyone can be excused. We're going to close the courtroom for the recess so the deputies can have a break.
So there is, for those that don't know, that is Scott. That's Scott. That's what they pin it all on. Yeah, people said that I'd love to see Scott's face. I know. I don't know. We'll open the courtroom back up. Right. There's a crowd there, that's for sure. Oh my days, I can't believe it. So we got half an hour, people. Half an hour. Oh. The judge cried over his beliefs. He thanked them for doing a good job, Raoul. That's all it was. Just thanking them for taking the oath seriously. Right, let me just put that on. Right, take that out. If I could turn back time. I was sleepy half of that. Oh, sleepy through it. Sleepy weepy, sleepy weepy, sleepy weepy, sleepy weepy. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. So I'm trying to look for something. Dee 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 dee. Bye, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Right, I don't think. What's that coming over the hill? Is it a monster? Is it a monster? The fuck? Something here I wanted to look at. Okay, no, that's gone. Oh. I'm just trying to see what else is on. You see a shit bag burning. Oh no! Ballot boxes in Oregon and Washington. No, I didn't know that. Russ's mom, I didn't see that. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Oh. Oh. Da 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 da. I wanna go home. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Dee dee, let me look at X. Is it right? Right. Why is it so quiet, people? Why are you so quiet? Da, 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 da. Wish they would have done this in Zach's case, Dylan. Yeah, I know. Oh shit, cables are getting tied. I don't know what's going on. You can tell I'm tired because I'm quiet. There's still in the YSL trial looking for pleas. Oh, there's one plea deal being done. Oh, one defense has gone back because he's got toothache, and then there's no point even looking at this case on any other channel because it's whatever. Da, 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 hey, 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 hey. I'm trying to look. I am so tired. I could sleep some more. Do, do, do. Does Melody still have a farm? I don't know what happened to it. I don't know sure what's happened to it. I don't think she does, no. I don't think any of them do. I think overall the defense did well, I think, in this case. I had to feed my bratty dogs and I have a massive wee headache and I can't get rid of it, and that's the worst. I hate those type of headaches. Hate it. So I don't know. This is all I don't know. This it just seems so uncomfortable with a family affair. Right. I don't know what to say now. I'm just waiting. I am literally cream, as we say in the UK, I'm cream crackered, man. I am knackered, cream crackered, knackered. Jeepers. So they're getting pizza for lunch, which is going to be quite heavy for them for the next bit. Jeepers, normally this bad. What else do we want to do? There's not much to do. Let's get a bit of Larry for 2 minutes whilst I try and get my head back in the game here because I am super duper tired. I know it's my fault. I should be bed a lot earlier. Hey chat, how are? Wrong one. Do you forgive me? It's like when it's the wrong hole. It's the wrong one. Oopsie daisy. We'll get back onto the right one now once I find it. Which one is it? I can't find the Larry one. Oh, I can find Dana one. Dana's a speedo man. Dana's a speedo man. Dana loves speedo. He loves his speedo. Dana's a speedo man. Dana. Okay, here it is.
Where is he? Where the hell did he go?
How you doing?
There we go.
Yeah, I'm right.
Buddy, you're coming in like Darth Vader. I don't know what the hell's happening. Are you in? Must be. Got some technical difficulties here, buddy.
Oh, that's good. You gotta that, Sean.
You're coming in like friggin' echoes everywhere. Hold on.
Wait a minute.
Larry, Jesus.
Wait a minute. How was that? Is that better?
Buddy, you sound like Barry White. Hold on. Talk to me, Larry. Larry, where are I? What the hell you doing?
This, Sean.
What?
You gotta fix.
The whole goddamn set is gone. But you sound like that. Give it the little baby, baby. Come on, Larry, give it up.
Baby, baby, baby.
Oh, Larry. What do you got? We'll try to get through this, Larry. What do you got for us, Larry?
No, I can't this way. You gotta fix it.
Okay, listen. Let me try to work this out, my friend. I gotta try it. This foolish thing. I'm about to throw it through the window. All right. Lucky it even works. But Larry, hang in there. What are you got doing today? You got the oxygen tank all set up? I hope.
Listen, I have a new song I'm gonna teach.
Okay, buddy. I gotta fix this.
Listen, I got a message from women. They want me to teach a new song.
They want to do what?
The women want me to teach Dylan a new song to sing.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, listen, hold on now. That's going to be a little complicated since I'm only getting every other word. But listen, I'm going to try to fix this, Larry. Buddy, we're getting a little delirious over here. It's too early for this, but I'm going to call you back, all right? I'm going to make 1,000 phone calls. Are you like in a different area in your house? Because I'll tell you, I got to do another test call, okay? All right?
The same it was the other.
Buddy, okay, if you're in the same spot, then it's on my end. So let me fix this mofo, and I will call you back. All right, buddy? I'm sorry, my friend. Hang tight. Hang tight. All right, here we go. What the hell is going on?
I'm done.
Right.
For DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
Is the femur a good source of DNA for some reason?
It is.
He burped. Hang on. Let's go back. He burped. Oh, that's funny. That's a nightmare. That's a nightmare for anyone. That'd be my nightmare to, fart or burp or something. He just burped. Oh, how fucking childish am I? Oh.
For DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes.
If you don't find that funny, I can't help you. That's hilarious. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. Go back and watch it again.
That bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes.
Oh, what a poor guy. Oh, poor guy. Let's go back again. Hey, Katie Santos in the house. Oh, Katie, watch it. He burps. Hang on.
That bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
What's going through his head right now? He just burped. He must be so embarrassed. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh, I think that's hilarious. I think that's hilarious, everybody. You fucking birds. That's just a fucking nightmare. Anyway, sorry. I'll get back. Yeah. Let's try to make sure it's not back yet. Not that it's supposed to be back now yet, but still. What's that going on? Where the hell is it a monster? Right. Did you catch the judge? Yeah, no, I saw it in real time. Duffy Dill. She likes Will and Bill. Not seen Bill all week. Not seen Crystal or Disney Queen today either. Not like them. Not like them at all. Gracie says, what is the deal with Sean on his channel? I didn't listen in a while and he was bouncing off the wall 2 days ago. He didn't stream because of the hurricane for a while, Gracie. And stuff like that. And then 2 days ago he made his he came back on, basically, is how I gather. He'll be on, I think, next week as well. Back on every week now. Once a week, I think. You had to be embarrassed. So with the burping, yeah, I know. When he did it, I was like, what? I know, I think Bill has something else going on. Oh, there you go. It's all good. I talked to them in English Trust. They are busy and will be here. No, it's all good. Well, I don't think I'll be here later. We got another hour, probably another 2 and a bit hours left of today, and then we'll be done. Grand entrance. Lol. Keef. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, man. I feel like a woman. Let me do this then. Ready. Wrong one. Nah, it's all good. If you leave them alone, it's all good. It's not an issue whatsoever. It was more, as long as they're okay, that's the main thing. We'll catch up with them another time. It's all, as I say, it's all gravy. And we say, it's all gravy, baby. What's that coming over the hill? Is it a monster? Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Right, that one's done, and that one's done right there. Right, what else we got? We got probably another 15 minutes, I think. He did say before we get going. Spag ball. Spaghetti bolognese. So I got my sister and her partner and her fiance are in Italy with one of my nieces, third niece, because it's her birthday next week. So that's her treat. So they're in Italy enjoying for the week. They're back tonight at the airport now. Actually, they're flying in late tonight. And then my nieces have been staying with mainly staying with my parents, but then they've been with me a lot as well. They want spag bol tonight, so we're having spag bol tonight. We had fajita last night, and spag bol tonight. So yeah, they're cooking that at the minute, I believe. I'm not sure, so I'm not making it. So I'll probably eat mine once this is all done. Melody looks better with her grey hair than that I look right there. Yeah, I suppose, yeah. I will say she's 68 or whatever she is. She's very good looking for her age. What time shall I ride for some of that? Lol, awesome. I would eat pasta every day if I ever went. Yeah, sounds good. My niece loves pizzas, so she every day she'll be eating pizzas in Italy. Is that her mugshot? Yeah, I believe so, Raoul. I believe so. Melody was very pretty, like spitting image of Emily when younger. There you go. No, you could tell she was pretty. Still is, you know. Oh, oi scavaretto, oi sanvetto, dana pamini anaros, igual pesi mlai. Oi scavaretto, os cariodro. Oh, nah, spaghetti bolognese. No, you will enjoy it. Yeah, I don't have any. Well, I don't think they got any garlic bread, so no garlic bread, but it's fine. That's not a bad thing. Right. Daffodil says, "Be right back. I'm just going over to see Will, so I can drool." Don't know what you're making yet. No. Did she get dental work after Gar's death? No idea. No idea, Ro. Is he a monster? Is he a monster? There's someone in the court because it keeps coming up. I'm just so tired. There's no way I could have done Verdict Watch tonight. No way. So that's why. If it does, the verdict does come out tonight, then I'll stream it in the morning. There's no way I could have done Verdict Watch tonight. There's no way I can do Verdict Watch all day tomorrow. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do tomorrow. Do I go live at 9 or do I just leave it? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Because I can give you all my all for like an hour. But after that, I'm knackered after that, then. I'm drained. Okay. The chat's quiet, so I'm falling asleep. I fell asleep loads of times doing that defense, especially the first attorney. I fell asleep quite a few times. Oh, 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 it's magic, you know. Oh, you are playing puppet. It's magic, you know. Everything To be fair, I don't know what the first one said. I think I was fast asleep. So I missed a lot of it, to be fair. What's that? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. So if you've purchased commercial deer equipment in the past, does this trial make you less likely to purchase equipment through Rusty? If I'm being honest, no. I would still buy from him, I think. I'll still buy from him. Well, I think it depends on how he was. If he was a good sales rep for you, and he looked out for you, then yeah, I would continue with him. But if he's an arsehole and not so you actually really liked, then it's a good excuse to get rid of him. So it depends how he was. The worst thing about this court is the time management. So they had said half an hour. That means they're back in 3 minutes. But this court is awful with time management. So he wants to be back on the record by 1. So he wanted everyone back by 10 to basically. But they're never going to be back by 10 to. Because you got to remember that the people in the crowd need to get in as well now. Right, put that up there then. Good Dennis. Dennis we need. Boo Boo, Tootsie, and Poe. Is it music, isn't it? Oh, I didn't even realise it's music. I'll turn it off. I didn't realise it was music. Holy night. You want the music? Ba, 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 ba. Okay, well, I'll leave the music on there. I don't need to say anything then. So here you go. I can just get off. I'll be back when they come back. The court's on mute, so you can see I'm not on mute. It's a court. Court, Paul. I mean, it's not a bad thing, is it? Do you know what I mean? Let's be honest. It's probably quite boring what you're saying. So, let me just check a few of the things here to see. All right, okay. It's all good. I found another stream, people. It's fine. It's Core TV that's muted. It's Core TV that's muted. So we'll go to Law and Crime. They have got it on. So it's a court. Sorry, it's not the court. It's Core TV that was muted, not the actual court.
He was to her was in the way.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Stop.
When she's faced with the reality and the consequences of what she did, the first thing she does, serves up her kids on a silver platter, parades it all around the courtroom. But the evidence in this case doesn't point to a single one of them. This is Gary. He is not a pile of bags of fertilizer. He's a man. It's offensive to compare man to bags of dirt. Now the defense wants you to believe she's just the unluckiest woman ever. There was blood found in her home. There was a bullet found in her home. She was framed. It was planted. That's not reasonable. She just happened to also be having a long-standing affair with a man who's searching for wedding rings less than a week before Gary Farris is murdered. They want you to think that's a coincidence? Man, they're in for it because there's a long list of coincidences if that's the game they're playing, if that's what they're trying to get at. Not only that, but she just so happened to be taking care of a woman who owned a .38 snub-nosed revolver in a leather holster that her son saw in the basement of her home. Another coincidence? No, ladies and gentlemen, that's called evidence. They want you to think there's an individual, innocent, reasonable explanation for all of the incriminating evidence against her. That it's a giant conspiracy. That the gunshot wounds didn't kill him? Use your common sense and reason. Now let's briefly talk about Scott, then we're going to get into the evidence that incriminates Melody Farris. When you think about Scott Farris, think about the manner in which he testified. Think about how he was corroborated, not only by the witnesses in this case, but the digital evidence. The digital evidence proves he was truthful about everything he did that week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And he's corroborated by Martha Barton because you know what? He didn't know that Martha Barton had a gun, a .38 snub-nosed revolver in a leather holster.
Why are they fucking nodding?
Huge piece of evidence. He knew Melody best. He knew his parents. He knew their dynamic. He knew that Melody never had a credit card. He knew that Melody was angry.
Fuck,
he was
this
there
is
when she
piss.
slammed that plate down and said,
Oh
wait till the
my
day he's dead.
fucking god.
He saw that. The day before his father was murdered.
Oh, fucking hell.
He knew that Melody despised Gary. And he would get caught in the middle. He just wanted to bury his head in the sand and be like, let me do my work, keep me out of the marriage problems. But the second he knew his father was in that burn pile, they want to get on him for taking charge. You know what you learn in the military? To take charge, to take action. That's all he knew. That was ingrained in his mind. We need to call 911. We need to get the girls out of here so they're not traumatized for the rest of their lives. And we need to get to the bottom of this and get to the truth.
I mean, in the army, they'll show you how to shoot as well and kill people. I don't like him.
Let's talk about lack of motive for Scott.
Lack of
He
motive?
was completely reliable.
Oh, what
relied.
the fuck?
He completely relied on his father for everything.
Yes.
His livelihood.
Yes.
The place he lived.
Yes.
The money.
Yes.
Why would he take that away?
Because he wants his share.
He would have nothing left.
You have his share.
Melody would kick him out immediately.
Oh, fucking hell. This mofo.
He also knew, forgot to mention, Melody disappeared every week to go see Rusty. He knew that.
Oh, shit. Sorry. I didn't realize I was on mute. Sorry. Sorry.
And he didn't have access to a .38 revolver or own one. Think about this. Scott committed this crime. There's no way she wouldn't know about it. She was home the whole time. Law enforcement didn't blue star the barn because nobody saw blood in the barn. They blue starred where there was physical blood. No blood found in the barn. They didn't have to. The bullet was in the house. Gary was on the burn pile.
This is what happens when you leave a plate. Forget to take it upstairs. A minor temper tantrum. Of course, I had supper tonight and it was fixed for me, so I'm sure I'll be feeling poorly here within minutes. But we'll see.
There was testimony about Gary talking about Melody poisoning him. We didn't admit that or get that in evidence because we think he was poisoned. That shows his state of mind. That shows he knew Melody would kill him if it came down to it. She's the only one that would have. And he knew she wanted him dead. She's clearly poisoning me. Supper was fixed for me. I'm probably going to feel bad. And that was after her slamming that plate down on the ground in frustration because he left a dirty plate in the theater or his bedroom or wherever. It's not normal behavior. That corroborated Scott. So this might be because I'm a millennial, but I always read that first line as, do you have my credit card? Because my phone always fixes due to so, and it just irritates me. But read it however you wish. Gary to Scott, do you have my credit card? So you have my credit card. Choose one. Yes. Hang on to it as if your life depended on it. Is that what you tell someone who you want to cut off? No, that's what you tell someone you trust to keep the credit card away from her. He relied on Scott. Probably a little too much for this dynamic for him, between him and Melody. Probably shouldn't have gotten Scott involved, but here he is. He lives on the property. It's natural. He says, okay. And then he says, she makes me go shopping with her because she keeps saying the other card is turned off, her debit card. The girlfriend of her boyfriend, Rusty Barton, sent me several disturbing emails last night. This is in October of 2017. She is spending dime of my money. Either she is spending every dime of my money or she won't spend I don't know. Something about spending his money. Things will change dramatically. You need to pursue a job soon. He's not telling Scott to pursue a job because he wants him off property. He's telling Scott to pursue a job because something's about to go down. He's about to leave her. He's had it. But this was almost a year before his death. Melody wanted everyone to believe after Gary was murdered that Scott was some big, scary dude that everyone should be afraid of because he's got PTSD or whatever. And he's just a big guy, so you should fear him. She even had Amanda and Chad change locks on that house. But if you go through these text messages, which is S. Farris 5, State's Exhibit, all their text messages post-offense when they were living on the property together. You know what she did? She relied on Scott. She left him keys under the rug to get into the house, but then turned around and told people he stole stuff out of the house. That's not two-faced. That's not malicious. I don't know what is. That's your own son. You don't leave a key under a rug for someone you think wants to kill you or frame you. Or someone you think killed your husband. Oh, keys on the rug. Come on in. One more thing about Scott. Mr. Fogus mentioned the oath we take as prosecutors. It is our duty to uphold the law without fear, favor, or affection. There is no evidence that points to Scott in this case. You don't think if there was evidence Scott did something in this case that he wouldn't be sitting at that table with Melody? Sure make our job easier. I'm not going to indict someone where there's no evidence he committed a crime. Let's talk about a little about the Farris family history. In the beginning of this trial, y'all probably were wondering why we walk through every child's history and experience growing up in all these different houses and states and what their dad was like when they were younger, what their mom was like when they were younger. Then you realized how far back and how deep this goes. This is not a simple family. This is not a simple case. But in order to fully understand the dynamics of this family, you had to hear all of that history. You know that this is from Emily's wedding. I want to talk about a little bit of build-up to the day of July 3rd, 2018. You've got Ted Wiley, that affair, about 8 years before Gary's death. That changed the dynamic of Gary and Melody's relationship greatly. He totally took her off the finances. He was like, you want to take out all of the money I had set aside for taxes? Great, I'm going to take you off all the accounts. You want to come back and try to work this out? Come home. Leave Ted, who, by the way, was dating Gary's sister for like 20 years before she decided to hook up with him. 2010, he dismissed the divorce that he filed. Martha Jane had her surgery in 2014. Okay, the kid said that things seemed fine between 2010 and 2014. Seemed fine. Martha Jane had her surgery, and that's when the affair begins with Rusty Barton. Emily's wedding was 2 years later. She flaunted that relationship in front of people that night. She didn't care. She had no conservative spirit about that whatsoever. And Gary had to pretend like it didn't bother him that night because his daughter was getting married. It was supposed to be the best night of her life, but you know who couldn't help but make it about her? Melody Farris. Chris testified that Gary was so upset, he said, that's the last time Melody's going to embarrass me. Then you have in 2016, Martha tells Melody about the location of her revolver. You also have in 2016, Melody telling Gary, I hope you die alone and a gruesome death. And remember, Terry Braswell, this was Terry Braswell's phone, and he had her burner phone number. This was a phone she thought nobody would ever see the inside of. She's not saying that type of stuff on her 9029 number. And then Terry says, he's gonna push you over the edge. And she says, I know, and that scares me. I told him finally to go where could not even see or hear him. It would be in his best interest. She knew she had no self-control. She hated him that much. September 2017, she gallivants out to Jamaica with Rusty. Meanwhile, she sends her debit card through the mail to Sherry Cooper to run it in Minnesota because she told everybody she was in Minnesota. Poor Sherry, she had some guilt about that. She's like, I don't know why I did that. That was stupid. Don't forget, Melody betrays every person and uses every person close to her for her own benefit. She even, you saw, and I've already mentioned this, you saw Amanda's reaction to those text messages. Oof. She did not like being used like that. Gary receives an email from Christina Grant. Just FYI, your wife and Rusty Barton have been lovers for 3 years. I'll give it. Oh, let's black out Miss Grant's email. Sorry. I'll give it to her. She's the only one who's bringing this to light. Everyone else sweeping it under the rug. Christina's like, nah, y'all ain't gonna get away with this. That's when Gary texts Scott about the credit card. Hang on to it as if your life depended on it. March 2018, Gary sends Melody this text message. Your profligate spending must stop. He says in the middle there, between you, Chris, and Scott, I can't keep up. You treat me like I don't exist, which is offensive, typo, my typo, given how you repeatedly betray me. Gary's in the hospital in April of 2018. Meanwhile, she's telling Rusty Barton he has like esophageal cancer and he's spitting up blood and he's on his deathbed. Even Chris said she made it sound like he was bad. And then he shows up to the hospital and Gary's like, what's that look on your face for? And he's like, I thought you were like real bad. And he was fine. He walked out of that hospital, went back to his Mountain Dew. And that's when he tells Chris, I think Melody's poisoning me. Again, that goes to his state of mind. This was all amping up. He knew something was off. June was a big month, 2018. June 6th, DirecTV comes to the house, and yes, please look at those chats, because Gary says, hey, come to the house real quick. I need to show you the issue so you know what issues when they get here. That's when DirecTV comes, that's when Scott sees that pistol. Again, this corroborates Scott. He could have said, I don't know where I saw that gun. I don't know. He knew when he saw it. He was like, actually, I was looking for a remote, which makes perfect sense. He's looking in drawers for the remote to figure out the TV, for the TV guy. That's completely reasonable and natural. He's opening drawers and he's like, oh, that's weird. A gun that looks just like the one Martha Barton described. June 25th. Rusty searches in his phone, Plain Gold Wedding Band. And you'll see text messages from Melody to him. Plain Gold Wedding Band, that was their thing. And then Gary's birthday, Jenna sees a revolver. Jenna has no dog in this fight. Her and Chris aren't even together anymore. They don't talk. She has no dog in this fight. She didn't want to be here talking about this. No motive to lie. Then on June 28th, Melody learns about the beach trip, which is supposed to be that Saturday. That's also not a coincidence. Then the text messages. To Emily and Amanda. These are two separate messages that she sent to two separate people expressing how angry she was that Gary got a condo for Chris and Jenna. Not a reasonable reaction. She was over it. I'm taking measures to stop this insanity. No one thought these would be the measures. But here we are. Because the next day, Gary's murdered. Again, not another coincidence. Let's talk about her motive. I was shocked when Sherry told me you had a boyfriend, but don't blame me. From Terry Braswell to Melody. Plain gold wedding band. That's when he searches on his phone. Rusty does. This note, Crown XO, March 31st, 2014. She made a note in her phone about Rusty's favorite drink. So we know that corroborates the timeline of their relationship. And then these messages on the side here from August 4th and 5th, that's between her and Rusty. That's a month after her husband was found murdered and burned on a burn pit on her own property, who she claims that her son killed. Meanwhile, she's over here forever. We need us. I need you. All. You don't get more motive than that. Except she had more. All right. This is all the money she would get if Gary died accidentally. Add all those up. Okay, $4.15 million. Now, the defense wants you to believe she didn't know about it. You know what you do know? You know that she goes in his phone when he's not around. You know that she cleans that house. You know she's not stupid. She knew about his profit sharing. She called the office and asked about it. She knows where that money goes. She, again, consider the source. She is going around pretending like she's asking Emily, what am I going to do? What am I going to do if something happens to your dad? They're the ones that stood up here that said his money is her money. We all know that's true when you're married. It's either going to go to her or the kids. Probably all four. Naturally, without a will, that house was hers. You cannot tell me she thought she was going to be broke. It's ridiculous. Afterwards, it was always about money. Melody was demanding money. She was trying to get as much money as possible. She didn't think that when he was found dead, all the finances would be frozen. She didn't think they found a bullet in his rib either. I was terrified I would be broke. Man, your husband's a millionaire. And here we have it, the condo. This is Hayes 55. Did you talk to Chris about his beach trip? What beach trip? He wants to take the girls down there the weekend after the 4th. Let him take them. I haven't gotten past him standing on my porch telling me he's going to beat me unrecognizable, and then only time he wanted to see me again was when they put me in a box on the ground. Or that he continues to take money every month, of which you do nothing about. She's blaming Gary for that. There is something terribly wrong with not being able to take a beach trip with the grandkids without so much drama. I guess such a trip is not exciting enough for someone like you. Man, he knew his wife, didn't he? July 2nd. I got Gary's phone. He booked and paid for the condo for Chris and Jenna. I'm beyond furious. Amanda, oh, big surprise, right? Always there in her mom's corner. I had to put the times on this one because this is ridiculous. Melody, did you book a condo for Chris and Jenna? Trying to like trap him? It's your husband. Be like, hey, I got your phone, so you booked this condo. You don't want to talk to me about that? Actually, he did talk to you about it. He invited you on a trip. You said no. I booked one for me and the girls as well. manipulative and conniving she was. And you remember, in Lindsay Harris's presentation, you saw the group chat among Amanda, Gary, and Melody about she was making a photography appointment, Amanda. She invited both her parents, and Gary said, I'm going to the beach. Melody chats her on the side. This is your time to ask him. Thanks for the invite. Manipulation, conniving, deceit. That's what she's about. Again, these text messages. The top one is a little bright. Melody to Emily. I have had it. I'm taking measures to stop this insanity. This was July 2nd. That's her message to Amanda Farris. This is the last straw with him. All right. I want to get into the timeline of events. These phone calls, these are all the phone calls that she had with Rusty on the 3rd in the evening. I didn't go before that. We know Chris and Addison stopped by the house in the evening. We know Gary went out to eat and came home around 9:30. And don't forget, John Lambert heard gunshots between 9 and 10 p.m. that night. They talked for an hour and 14 minutes at 11:45 p.m. But they talked for 5 minutes at 11:28. The call in between that is the one to Scott, 11:34, when Scott calls when he gets back home. Because, you know, she has to tell Scott to come home. She calls him and she's like, what time are you going to be home? The horses got out. And I want you to think about this. In her statements to Detective Hayes and Detective Kuykendall, she talks about these horses getting out. I think it starts like before dinner. And then it starts with like one horse, right? And then for some reason, she's still chasing horses 3 hours later, but then it goes to two horses. And then she's like, oh, but then the third one got out after that. Inconsistent. You weren't chasing horses. You were murdering your husband. She had to call Scott because she didn't know what time he'd be home. She had to call Scott to see what time he'd be home. Because then, when she says, well, the horses got out, and he's like, okay, I'm coming home. She's like, well, I got him put up. Okay, then why are you calling? It doesn't make sense. The horses are a cover-up. When she calls Scott, Scott's all the way up there at the lake. She calls him at 10:52. What time are you going to be home? All those calls with Rusty in between. I want to talk about this notification. At 12:24 a.m., the morning of the 4th, so the night of the 3rd, the night Gary is killed, she uses her debit card to purchase minutes on Straight Talk. Y'all heard a lot of testimony. 1, about how she doesn't have a credit card. 2, about how Gary would get financial alerts for all of her purchases. Lindsay testified, Ms. Harris, testified. This was the only alert that popped up in his email, in his phone, for Straight Talk. That's not a coincidence. She knew Gary was dead. So using her debit card to blast that she has a Straight Talk phone, not a problem.
She said, Gary is in the bar pile. No, she said, he is in the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know.
That's what that 220 call was about. Now, again, believe what you want about Rusty. We all know he knew more than he came in here and told you. We all know that. We're not stupid. They talked for an hour and 35 minutes at 11 whatever, and then another 35 minutes at 2:20 a.m. But that's all he was willing to give. But that's enough. And you know that that's how it happened because he gave you the context and he told you when that call happened. Mr. Ray talked about Detective Bot Song using this open source document or program for the CPAP machine. All right, the date is the 3rd. It ends at 7:48 a.m. That's the last data for that CPAP machine for Gary Farris going to sleep. Now, you got the raw records too. Look at that. Oh, 7:48 a.m. It's the same. The data, the raw data, shows he never, ever went to sleep the night of the 3rd. Now, I want to talk about this map. All right. All right, see where that dot is? And that's Gary's phone. The morning of the 4th at 6:37 a.m. till 7:21 a.m. Right there at that burn pile. We know Gary's dead. And we know it goes from the house to the burn pile. You'll have that with you in the jury room. And then it goes back to the house. $7:58, $8:21, $9:05, back of the house. She's on the phone with Rusty all morning. And you know Scott's location during this time, it's in here. He left for the lake. He was 20 minutes away. The only one home was Melody. That phone was either on Melody or on Gary's dead body. But you know who wasn't there? Scott. Melody was by herself. You know Rusty wasn't there because she's on the phone with him the whole time. Well, and you heard testimony that he was actually in Tennessee. But also, we know what time she left for the lake. She left 12:47 p.m. She puts that location Amanda sends her into her maps and heads out to the lake. Now, the thing about Dr. Pope's testimony in that 24-hour window, she said that that was dependent upon the fuel. And you heard testimony that that burn pile was huge. You know what she did? She lit that burn pile and she left. The 3 calls with Rusty Barton the evening of the 3rd and the morning of the 4th total more than the other 15 calls that they've ever had between those hours. Again, that's not a coincidence. she was freaking out because she just killed her husband and had to figure out what to do with him. You know who she turned to? Rusty. What do I do? Yeah, I'm going to talk about her activity. The 3rd, the 7th, September 7th, 2017, September 30th, 2017, and the 3rd, July 3rd, 2018. Those are the 3 dates she had the most activity between. This is a 1 hour period, 1 hour from 11 p.m. to midnight, okay? Now, we talked about Jamaica, the one on the 7th, that was probably a David dump, okay? All right, fine, let's get rid of it. 2, the 2 most active nights she has ever had in a year are gallivanting about Broadway when she's out in Nashville with Chad and Amanda, and the night she murdered her husband. That tracks. That makes sense. That's reasonable. This is also not a coincidence. I want to talk about the money. We know Melody didn't have a credit card. The only card she had was a debit card. And that card is the one that ended in 0078. The one Scott used at that ATM that morning that he got from the house and brought back. Okay, there's that ATM withdrawal. That's the one he brought back to his mom. Even Melody says about Scott, and he has a credit card. I don't even have that. We know that. That 0078 card is her only card. Until law enforcement empties her wallet. That card on the right, ending in 1727. That's the card Gary got mailed to his office less than a month before his murder. That was a new credit card. That's his office address and that Bank of America activity alert. And that's her transaction at Walmart the morning of July 5th, before Gary's remains were discovered. Oh yeah, by the way, the trip to Walmart that she doesn't mention to police ever, that she says she's literally interviewed on the 5th and on the 6th, leaves it out, says she's just, I don't know, cleaning up after the girls, lays in bed. Why don't you talk about this trip to Walmart? Look, she even activated a phone card. What was so important you had to run out to Walmart that morning? Could it be to restock on cleaning supplies? Is that why you didn't want law enforcement to know you went to Walmart? Or because you spent $450 on a credit card that you didn't have until you took it out of your dead husband's wallet? Both. She needed to wash those towels. She needed to Clorox that floor. She bought a lot of soap, a lot of bleach. And we know it was her because she bought wine and showed her ID. Let's talk about the truth of July 5th, 2018. Melody is actually the one who pointed out Gary's remains to Scott. And yet she's letting everybody galvanize around saying, Scott found him, Scott found him. That's not true. And she knows it. She's the one who told police also that corroborated Scott. I said, hey, did you put a goat in the fire? That was her. pointing out the remains to Scott. Because if you don't have a body, you don't get the money. She knew he had to be found. Melody actually knew the night before that the girls couldn't find him. Madison said that. She wasn't concerned. And yet she pretends like the morning of the fish, she didn't know he was missing. Melody only started looking when Amanda got there. She was sitting on the stoop, just like, hey, yeah, they can't find Gary. Okay, well, how long have you known about this? Actually, since last night. Well, that would be the wrong answer. That would make her suspicious. And when Amanda described the events on the 5th, boy, were those vastly different from everybody else's. Thing about it, and what got me was she was like, nobody asked me. Weren't you told not to talk to the police? You were the one who didn't want to tell what happened. So then you live with your mom for 2 years and decide to tell what happened, and by then, you've been completely tainted. Scott testified he went to go look for the CPAP and the gun that he used for duck hunting to see if maybe he's out duck hunting. All those comments about a missing gun, that's not true. He didn't mention that till after he went in the basement, thought to look for that 38, saw it was gone. Then he came up and was like, oh, yeah, by the way, this 38's missing. He didn't mention a missing gun before that. Think about the source of all that information. That's Melody being vindictive and planting thoughts in her daughter's head. On the 5th, when you go back and you hear Melody's statements, on the 5th, man, she tried everything. Scott's health issues, suicide, Chris steals money. Here's the thing. Here's how it went down, okay? I have a picture of an octopus up there. Do you know what an octopus does when it feels threatened? It squirts ink in the water to escape. The closer she felt like she was getting into trouble, the more she felt threatened. She started spewing all this ink about her kids. She even talks about Chris Payne. He wasn't even in the state. I mean, she does not care who she throws under the bus to save herself. It is actually insane. And it's such a reach. Scott likes to shoot guns. Okay. Chris takes money. Okay, well, he was in Buckhead, so this is going nowhere. And then the suicide, it's funny because she says, no, he wasn't suicidal. And then when she feels threatened, she's like, oh, well, yeah, no, he used to be suicidal before we got married. Once she realized that the jig was up, ooh, she was frantic. The only person she didn't throw under the bus was Amanda. Because she'll need one child to support her. She just needs one. It's all about what she wants, what she needs. It's not about anyone else. She prided herself on her house and her things. She liked her things. She wanted to keep her house immaculate. She talked about that. She decorated it to a T. Not my style, but you know, teach their own. And yet, it was pretty dirty on the 5th. Let's talk about the blood. Don't forget that Deputy Riley walked in that house and there was a candle burning by the basement door. No place for a candle to burn. And it smelled like bleach. We've got Gary's blood right there on that basement floor. The defense wants you to believe these are all different sources of different things. That's not reasonable. We've got a blood trail. And it goes from the top of those basement stairs, where that attempted cleanup is, down the stairs, into the basement. See that big bottom splotch? That's those stains right there on the left. That's blood. Those evidence markers that were Gary's blood, right along this trail. That's in the basement, in front of the bar. It is not reasonable to think that there is a legal justification for all of that. That's not reasonable. What's reasonable is that's a crime scene. Because we have a man who was shot twice at least, burning in the burn pile behind this house. To think otherwise is to seek doubt. And that is not your duty. Means an opportunity. They had a lot of stuff. They had a lot of farm equipment. You know who's farm girl? Melody Farris. And she's, you know what? She gets it done. She's determined. She's self-sufficient. And you know what really motivates someone? Getting caught for murder. It wouldn't have been easy for anyone to move that body. Not Scott by himself, not Chris by himself. Anyone would have needed something. And you know what? It's okay if you all think different ways in which she moved his body. One of you could think she used the tractor. One of you could think she used the RTV. One of you could think she literally just got down and rolled him there. It was all downhill, you saw. One of you could think she tied him up like a deer to the back of the RTV and dragged him over there. But he ended up on that burn pile. And a ferry didn't put him there. A murder ferry didn't put him there. No one else. There is no evidence anyone else was on that property. And to think differently is to seek doubt. She was in good shape, people. She had no choice but to move him, or she would have been caught literally red-handed. She's not stupid. That's why we're here today. Now we're going to talk about guns. Scott doesn't have a pistol. We introduced that. She is a self-proclaimed not a bad shot. She told that to Terry. That means she's shot guns before. And remember, she's a farm girl. And a .38 revolver, pretty easy to shoot. Martha Jane. Ooh, they're mad about Martha Jane. She is, as Mr. Fogus said, God-fearing. She needed to be right with God. She's not gonna lie to you. She noticed that gun was missing after Gary's murder. And it's reasonable for her to think that we can put a gun in her hand for this murder. It's reasonable for her to think that. But it wasn't until she realized we didn't have a murder weapon, and she was like, oh, they need my help. I gotta say something. And it was in a leather holster. You know who that gives credibility to? Scott. We know he was shot at least 2 times. These were shot from the same gun. And no, they're not consistent with the 38 bullets found in Scott's apartment. They're just not. And they're not consistent with a 357 or whatever other gun they think may be involved. No. It's consistent with 38 special revolvers. Not 357. I'm going to talk about Melody's lies. She was interviewed by Sergeant Hayes and Sergeant Kuykendall. And when she was told that her husband of almost 39 years was shot, do you remember what her question was? Do you know what kind of bullet? That would not have even crossed my mind to ask. No suspicion. What do you mean he was shot? What? I thought he just, what do you mean? He had health issues. She's not worthy of belief. She lied to them about Ted Wiley. She lied to them about her phone. She lied to them about Rusty Barton, her XO tattoo, going to Jamaica with Rusty, Gary going out to eat on the 3rd. She never mentioned that. Because you know what? She was waiting inside that house with her gun, ready to confront him. She lied about going to Walmart. She lied about how much money I spent nothing. Man, profligate spending? I had to look that word up. She kept saying Chris booked a beach trip. No. She knew Gary booked that, but she wanted to blame Chris. Gary being on his deathbed, coughing up blood. Occam's razor, y'all. The simplest answer is the truth. The simplest answer in this case is where all this evidence points, and that is to Melody Walker Farris. It points to no one else. This is not a series of coincidences. She was not framed. She's not the unluckiest woman in the world. And again, there is not a series of justifiable reasons that explain her conduct. There's just not. And there aren't justifiable explanations to explain the evidence. July 24th, Rusty says, to law enforcement, she told me he's in the burn pile. She's arrested a year later, booked into Cherokee County. They have a jail call on June 24th, and whoop, on June 25th, he recants that statement. Y'all, there's Molly Farris for you. That manipulation. She knew Rusty was her Achilles heel in this case. She knew that. She had to shut it down. You know what she was really hoping? This is how she wanted it to go down. She knew the only way out of this marriage was murder. She knew that. I don't know why she thought that, but that is what she knew. Murdering the father of her children. She was hoping his body, being on that burn pile, would be chalked up to a health episode. She didn't think the sheriff's office would find that bullet in his rib. She just didn't. That's clear. She didn't think there would be blood left in her home. She didn't think anyone would be looking for it. She didn't think law enforcement would be all over that house. Well, we found it. And we kept digging, and we found more and more and more. We found out about your affairs, your disdain for your husband, your obsession with money and things and materialism. She never once encouraged law enforcement to find the person that actually did this. She didn't think this is how any of this would play out. She manipulated her own mother to have an affair with Ted Wiley. She manipulated Martha to have an affair with Rusty. She manipulated Amanda to go with her to continue her affairs with Rusty. She manipulated Emily. She would go to Nashville to see Emily and disappear to go see Rusty. She used all of the people in her life. She used Sherry Cooper to see Rusty. She used Rusty to try to get away with murder. She used Scott Farris to try to get away with murder. She used Chris Farris to try to get away with murder. And she used Gary throughout the entire marriage. She had the motive, she had the means, and she's the only one who had those. And she's the only one who had the opportunity. There is no evidence this was Scott. Mr. Fogus told you in opening we had to shrink the world. That's what he meant. And that's what we did. There is no evidence that she had help. That would make our job a lot easier. Her help was on the phone. It was Rusty Barton. There is no evidence it was anyone else. This evidence demands a verdict of guilty. Do not reward this criminal behavior. Do not reward her for almost succeeding in burning up her husband's body, unrecognizable to the point where doctors, forensic anthropologists cannot determine if any organs in his body had trauma. And no, you cannot tell me that there were no injuries on bones. Half those bones were gone. What you know is there was a bullet in his body and a bullet found in the basement with his DNA on it. And a gun that went missing from Martha Barton, who she had access to. She knew where that gun was. Do not reward her for almost concealing successfully the death, the gruesome death of her husband. Hold her accountable. Melody was the only one who wanted him dead. She was the only one who would benefit from him being gone. She was the only one repeatedly betraying him. There are no games here. Murder is not a chess game. It is malicious. And Gary did not deserve this. The last thing he saw was staring down the barrel of a .38 revolver in the hands of his bitter wife, who was constantly betraying him. But this was the ultimate betrayal. Hold her accountable. You are the voice of Cherokee County in this case. You have the evidence to convict her beyond a reasonable doubt. We have proven it to you, and you have it. It's in the form of thousands of exhibits, testimony from the stand, audio, a lot of audio. If there is something you want to see or hear that you can't find back there, you send a note out to the judge. Do not reward her for being a smart criminal. You are the voice of Cherokee County that we do not tolerate this in this county. You do not get to shoot and mutilate your life partner. You don't get to take away the grandfather of your grandchildren. That is not your choice to make. The ultimate betrayal. Gary will not walk through that door. And that's because she took him off this planet. Find her guilty of all the counts in this indictment, the evidence, and the law.
Sit down. Shut the fuck up and sit down, for fuck's sakes. Jeepers creepers.
All right, I want everyone in the audience to stay where you are. Jurors, y'all can take a 15-minute break, and then I'll give you the charge. That's going to be probably 40 to 50 minutes.
Right. So the plan is that woman just did my fucking nuts in. That was just too much. That was just too fucking much. Right. I'm not going to stay on for another hour whilst the charge is on, because I know a lot of you are watching Sean as well. So I will close down now, redirect you to Sean so you can watch him over there. He'll get you over there straight away. And basically what will happen is tomorrow morning I'll try and get live about 9ish, and I'll play the charges then, because I don't think we're going to get a verdict today. So then that's what I'll do. Play the charges tomorrow with a bit of verdict watch for a few hours anyway, and see what happens. So for now, I'll close down and go watch Sean, send him our love, and then that's it. You'll see him. He's on tonight, and that's it. Right, I am trying to add it in now. There you go. I've added it in. So it's in. As soon as I close this, you're over there. So with that, see your asses over there in a second, and I'll see you the rest of you in the morning. See you later. Bye-bye.